Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Aya. Aya. Yesterday was a weird day, but we don't talk about that. It's okay. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a nice Oh yeah, oh, it's Sunday. Nice weekend. I didn't forget. I look at time every morning. I do. No, I actually do. I don't know why I forgot. But anyway, hope you're doing good. Hi. Hi, Brian. Hi, Jameson. ATR felt. Yeah, I was playing Monster Hunter Wilds a little bit yesterday. I said I want to lie on bed all day yesterday, but I didn't because I was feeling restless for whatever reason. So I decided to play a bunch of Monster Hunter Wilds yesterday afternoon, and surprisingly enough, my PC can play the game at, and I'm not kidding when I say smooth 60 without drop FPS, without dropping at all, while I'm not streaming. So meaning that if I were to direct all the resources that my PC can have, right, like all the resources that my PC can have towards Monster Hunter Wilds, it can run 60 no drop, and it's like that is very fucking impressive. And when I was doing that, I was playing Lance yesterday. I could almost perfect block every single hit. Like that is the difference. Like that is the difference between playing at barely 30 or a smooth 60 without drop. That is the difference. I could almost perfect block everything. Like AT arc felt like, I'm not kidding when I say when I'm using Lance, I cannot die. Or at least when I fight AT arc felt like 3 times, I guess, yesterday. I didn't die once. I mean, I couldn't. Okay, maybe I'm being a little bit exaggerating here, maybe, but still, it's a big difference. It really is a big difference. It is, and it's fucking amazing.
But you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Wait. Hi, Zeus. Did some play Magic with T4. Yeah, and also I downloaded a mod from Nexus mod that is like updated for the newest update, and it works really well. And with that, my PC can run like the game even better. I think it's also because of that mod that I can run Wilds at a more like at a more stable, right, situation. Yeah. And I also learned that, so this is what I had on the launch option for Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, I saw Dance playing Wilds. Amazing. I did hear him just started Wilds not so long ago. Gosh, I hope he enjoys hunting. Here, this is what I have with the launch option. So I don't know if this is good actually, like Force D3 D11, but this one is like dynamic memory allocation. So this one is really good. This one I'm not so sure. I'm gonna remove this one actually. Okay. I super delayed. I skipped forward. Oh. I think pausing and resuming helps? Question mark. I think my connection is fine. Yeah. Okay. Playing affect depending on time, no rank, but still, you know. Yeah. I just missed like 2 minutes forward. Oh, 2 minutes is a huge delay. Wow. I'm thinking like, you know, if there's like a 2-minute delay, I'm just imagining, right? And imagine I said hi to people, and then after 2 minutes, people say hi back, and after 2 minutes, and after 2 minutes, I responded to their hi, and then I just say how are you doing, and then waiting for 2 minutes. Oh, that's gonna be so crazy though. That would drive me crazy. Like it's the beauty of live streaming too. Like it's like low latency, 3 seconds delay, something like that. It's great. It's great. It's nice. Yeah. It feels good to be able to interact with people real time, or close to being real time. I believe my stream has like, I mean, it says low latency, but I think there's still 3 minutes, 3 seconds delay. I think, at least 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I feel like I don't know, but let's play some March Hunter Wilds.
Boom! There we go. Look at that, March Hunter Wilds, and also that Mizu tail. I forget to like this one. This one's great. All right, let's open up. Mizu tail is so good. I just want to. It's like 3 seconds. Heck yeah! You can't get past speed of light. That's what internet does, no? Like the internet interwebs, the network just travels at the speed of light. Video settings says I've got a single second of delay. Single? 1 second of delay is crazy. Holy shit. Wait. I don't know how delay counts. Is it, I mean, I assume it's going to be different for everybody, but I feel like I myself need to have, like, I myself needs to have a stronger PC setup for that, I think. I'm actually surprised that, wow, one second is crazy. Crazy. Nothing can move faster than light signal, and electricity is slightly slower than light. Oh. Depends on region too? Oh yeah, that's fair. Right, I forgot about like distance region. My internet is so good I can see what Tara does before she does it. Oh my god, so stunk. Is there an update? Why is it not working anymore? Where's the game? Where my game? Oh, there. What? Why? There must be some mods like doing this, I guess. Like how far I am from the server you're hosted on. I assume you're on Japan or Korea server or else? I have no idea actually. Can I change? Okay, can I check that? I don't know if there's a Singapore server, because if there is, it would definitely be Singapore. You should be able to check the OBS stream settings. Let me look. Stream settings. Stream. It says auto recommended destination, right? So I can't really interact with it right now because I'm streaming. Oh. Also, yeah, I'm not playing on SSD anymore. My C is hacked full. I have to change it to F, which is HDD. Look, the game works. It's what's important, okay? The game works. Alright, I need to change this one. Boom. And then this one. Let me try 60 while I'm streaming. Actually, just enable this one. No, disable this. I want to try using... Oh. I want to try using frame gen. Set to 69 for the luge. No? Can I get to 69? I can try. Or I can find the only server for all of East Asia in AU in Australia is in Tokyo. Wow. Nice. Nice. Then I assume that I'm streaming in Tokyo server then for Twitch. I wanna try frame gen. Oh. Game stuck. Game crash? Game crash? Nah, not game crash. Come on. I just want to try frame gen. Come on. Not like this. I literally cannot move. It's stuck. Door stuck? Come on, man. Don't be like this. I just want to play the game, man. Come on, Monster Hunter Wilds. The program is not responding. Hiya, look at this. And ending program, whatever. There also seems to be nothing between Tokyo and Germany for servers. Oh wow. The game's stuck. I cannot even end the program. I'll end the task. No, like, but Wilds is not even here anymore. Okay, this I lied. End task. Suspended. Okay, there we go. My CPU is suddenly running at 85, 87. Windows problem reporting is like taking 30% of CPU. Oh. The fuck is going on? Maybe I shouldn't be using FrameGen then. Oh my god, Windows problem reporting is taking 40% CPU. And it's gone. No, it's back. Now it's system that's taking it. I, Sometimes I feel like I can just watch Task Manager do its thing and be fascinated by it. I don't know what's happening. Okay, if I open up the game and I need to do the I feel like it's the okay because oh my god, it's so late. Because for this one, right? The config.ini, I've been told to put it as read only for the mod, but I feel like if I put it as read only, I always need to like resetting the settings. Maybe if I can change something here. Wait, let me try something. Let's open this up with Notepad. Oh, I hate it already. Is there? I mean, these are like the graphical settings, but I want the display settings. This one changed to 60. Thank you very much. Oh shit! I need to like don't save. So I need to apply this one. I remembered I have to do this. Hopefully on Notepad. This one changed to like 60. Normal window resolution. It should be this one. Wait, is there no like FSR? Full screen display mode in Next 49. Maybe I should search for like display. Creature display? No, effect display? Render display? Oh, maybe it's here. Sorry, let me look at this for a little bit. These are display mode 1. What the heck is display mode 1? What? Holy fucking shit, what is all this? You drank Monster, you're powerful? Oh, is it like... What display mode am I at already? It says something about display mode just now, no? Oh, this is weird. Dear God. Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne. Okay, how do I look from here? Oh, upscale type. Wait, what is it here again? Yeah, like the rest is just this. I find it interesting when you say Americanisms or memes. Like I was watching meme videos when I was like studying in KL alone, and then I see a lot of like Jesus Christ, this Jason Bourne. I don't know why it's so funny because it always shows like some random people just like yeah papa, and then suddenly cuts to that people and that person saying that. It's so funny. Jason Bourne, it's Jesus Christ. Oh my god. CPU settings. No. Yeah, this is the CPU settings, but isn't there like a display thing that I saw just now? Display number, display number. There should be like a display number somewhere. Index 49. So is it like display number 49 here? Well, that doesn't make sense. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna save this, make it this read only, and then I'm probably gonna like change something in there. It's fine. I can just change it inside. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I mean, if it's gonna run the shader thing again, just let it run. It's fine. It's fine. I'm actually got introduced to killer beans when I was studying in KO as well, and then there was like one of my friend in university. He just told me about, hey, have you watched the full the full Killer Bean movie? It's like, Killer what now? And then he showed me the movie. It's like that's a full blown movie. Holy shit! Wow, shit! I did not expect that. And then, I mean, they were trying to look cool, but it's just so funny. It's just so funny though. I didn't watch all of it. I just like watched a little bit. I was like, ooh, then I have to play a game. Okay, so the settings does change. I don't know how to change the resolution settings, but I'll change it here, it's fine. Yeah, this one changed. So, okay. Yeah, these I have to change again. I have to like find the upscaling thing. I'll try to change this again. If this crash again, I'm not gonna use this one then. Okay, we good. Did you watch a lot of English YouTube? Yeah, I have a 1070. 1070 is not gonna work great in this for this game. It shows here, right? No, wait. Oh, PC specs. There. There. Isn't upscaling supposed to help with performance? I mean, that has always been the case for a long time. So if I don't use it, is it gonna be better? Because upscaling has always been the one that gives me more frames on most games, if not all games that I use upscaling on. Upscaling is when the game pushes a low quality image and the GPU upscales it with its own hardware. I don't think the 10 series even had upscaling, but I can choose it though, and it does make a difference. I mean, I do trust you on this because it definitely, because you're like way more knowledgeable in these kind of things. Some GPUs have dedicated upscaling chips. Oh, let me try. Oh, maybe I've been lied to this whole time. What if I don't? Hmm?
那个乐乐的包呢？
哦，你要哈？拿来，
换别的给你可以。
不用紧，
炒一块要。
拿过去。
你要吗？这些？
我拿。
有 cheese 的，然后有 cheese dip，有 cake 跟巧克力的，可是里面也是有一点点的。
我觉得拿这个就好了。
哪个？
啊，这个。
我现在还有其他的。
不用紧，等下我去看。
哦。
嗯，没事。So let's not try upscaling, and I'm just gonna try frame generation. Well, frame gen definitely helps, and I think render scaling works. Some games expect certain technologies that don't exist in old cards. Oh. Then I never really tried without upscaling for this game, but hey, it doesn't hurt. Let's give it a try. Maybe it works better, question mark? I don't know. Oh, drink. I will drink. Also, hi, Akko. Welcome, welcome. I want to opine and have it be taken as gospel when I'm not sure. If we're not sure, we can give it a try here. Why not? I'm okay with like testing things out. Because like I still feel like you're more knowledgeable than oh my god, the fuck, it works so good. Wait, maybe is the upscaling really fucking up? The game runs at 60, like in game. I mean, it could be because of frame gen. Let's try disabling frame gen. Ah, there we go. It drops. Okay. So frame gen helps a lot here, I think. So if I were to use upscaling here, is it gonna work? I'm just gonna give it a try on ultra performance. I mean, game definitely looks different, right? Like it looks a lot more blurry, I think. But frame rate wise, it feels the same. Is this one's going to be difficult? Oh. GG. No, I didn't think this would crash. No. Oh, fuck, it didn't crash. Oh. Yeah, this one runs really bad. So don't use upscaling. Seems... Oh wow, the difference between no anti-aliasing or roof is like... Oh, hi Alex, studying Wilds again? Yeah, I was playing Wilds last night, or yesterday. When I didn't stream yesterday. And I was farming a lot of 80 Arkfeld. Like I even have these now. Evade. Oh yeah, why do I have 5 levels of evade window? Oh yeah, I was playing bow. Otio, you want join? You join? No. I mean, I'm just sort of like farming Arkfeld here. Flawless? Mighty? Maintenance. I want to try. I want like frame gen feels good. I think frame gen feels good. So here's the thing. I could try like 30 and disable VSync and then do frame gen here. Please don't crash. Oh, thank God. Frame gen does have input lag a lot actually. I mean, yesterday when I wasn't streaming and then I could just have the game run at 60, like full 60 no drop. When I like direct all the resources I have for Monster Hunter Wilds without opening anything else, the game runs smoothly, like extremely smoothly. So for streaming, it definitely feels different. Definitely feels different. Would you happen to have a second computer even if it's not as powerful as this one? Sadly, no. I don't have. YMMV? What's YMMV? I still gonna trust this one. If you ever upgrade, it might be worth keeping this computer and dual PC stream. I heard a lot about like dual PC stream. I'm not too sure what that means. Arigato. Do I want Evasion 5 for lands? Probably not. But I don't think any of these works. Heroics? We play heroics? No. No. After recovering with blind soul normal status, Phoenix could be good. Coalescence? Instead of streaming off the PC you're using, you treat the second PC as a capture card and have that PC stream with OBS processing. That is very advanced. But so if I have like if I have two PC, the other PC, meaning that the other PC would just handle the streaming and then the other PC would be just focusing on gaming? Question mark? Is it something like that? One PC uses game, one PC uses OBS. Okay, so that answers the question. But how would I... But how would the game be projected onto the other, onto the streaming PC? Because... Huh? Do I need... Haven't looked into it. Fair. I mean, I just know it's done. I mean, I did hear about it. I just didn't know, like, yeah, I only have one PC as well. It's Ambush? Increase damage to large monsters for a successful sneak attack. I mean, how long though? Technically, I have a second PC I could use. Ooh. Maintenance. Mushroom-mancer. 30 seconds. Ah, that's so bad. Maybe I should get Stamina Surge. Play defensively. I mean, Evasion is defensive too. I have Steadfast level 3, so that's fine. Maybe... Counter? Wait, Fury might be good because I usually don't heal when I'm like... When I'm like on lands. They don't use it, then I'm keeping it in case they do. They do use it. It has a 2600 CPU and AMD GPU from like 2013. Isn't that like a strong CPU, or am I wrong? I might be wrong though. I actually have no idea. Flare... Oh, that's full weakness exploit, I just realized. Chin? Foray, flare... Maybe I should get more resentment. It's okay CPU, not bad at all, but not top tier. I think okay at this point of time. I think okay is pretty good. Get more chain, why not? Let me... I'm gonna solo... I'll solo Arcveld once to see how strong Lens is. To show you how strong Lens is. It's cray. I want... Tonkotsu. I have a 5800, I think. We're gonna do a thing, of course. Take your time, Zeus. Ceremonial platter. What does this give? Immunizer. Lessen the effects of various ailments. Increases the amount of Zen you receive at the end of quest. That's useless. Lucky meal. Sometimes increases number of reward items received at the end of quest. Yeah. Kunafa. Let's eat cheese. Mini chicken. And funny enough, I yesterday I figured out how to change the color for layered armor. I finally figured it out. Oh my god. Let me double check the settings again. So I'm on 30 frame gen. Frame gen feels weird. But if I were... I mean, it's technically running... I mean, it's already running at 30. I'm gonna have so much input lag. This is so bad. I'm scared now. Like yesterday, I feel it. I feel it. I feel how it is to play the game without input lag. I perfect block everything. Just play 30 FPS. Fuck it. Yeah, baby. It's fine. Look, it's 30. It's fine. It doesn't drop. VSync will force it to 60, no? I mean, it still runs the same, but... It's still screen tear. Get out of here. Alright, that's the settings that we're gonna play. It's fine. Alright. I never really used Arcveld armor to fight against Arcveld. I've been using Seragiosa's armor to fight Arcveld. Maybe this one is easier? I don't know. Alright, let's do solo once and then I'll just farm it quickly. Place and supporters off. I'm pretty much ready, right? Yeah, let's just go. Whee! I love how there's still quests for me to do, but I don't wanna. There's like, accept the optional quest? No. 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 Boop. Wait. Alright, I'm gonna cheat my way to victory. Let's go, chicken. Thank you, chicken. I'll try my best. I should be used to finding at 30 FPS, honestly. I mean, I've been playing it at 30, and only yesterday I got spoiled by 60. For a moment, anyway. Wonder if I can Fury, right? You don't see me. I'm at your ass now. Hey. Oh, he's so weird. Oh my god, that was an aim for me. I was dead, man. I cannot see. Big lift. I tried to hit the room. Oh my god, what is that? I'll read that after. Oh my god, big lift. Are you aiming for me or not? Oh my god, my kill is tanking. Second hit. Everyone always asks how I could tell them apart. Jill painted her nails purple and Jenna had a dick. Oh. I mean, I don't think everyone's gonna ask for like, hey, can I look at your dick? I feel like that would be a little bit weird, no? Actually, scratch that. That would be very weird, no? No! I don't know why I decided to dodge that. That's that. Oh no. This is fine. It feels very different. I got spoiled yesterday. They lived. No, they hit mosquito. Never carry me at night. How am I supposed to carry? Like, I'm not even that good at the game. Hey, watch out. This is fine. Give it me. Go, 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 go. Oh my god, that still hits. Oh my man. Oh yeah, I don't have evasion jewel. I forgot. I don't even know speed for that. It's fine. Oh my god, there wasn't a comment. Don't use that move. It's really hard on this frame. I got GD. Oh. Should go. This is top tier lens gameplay. I love lanes. Is there a room? I feel like I got lucky there. One net. Where's the moon? There we go. I'm playing the nearest so much this time we need to fight. Have an upgrade and I'll get one shot maybe. No, the backflip's I think the backflip is supposed to one shot, no? I mean, it's not like a guaranteed one shot, but like it's very easy to get one shot by that, you know, backflip. The music at this one is like so fucking good. Go in! Trying to do. I may be cornered, but I can still defend myself. want this. There we go. Another one. Head broken. Nice. You break the chain blade. Hi, Mama Thing. It feels kind of weird when I'm not being aimed at when I'm playing lens. And broken. Should walk there. Twirling. There we go. Right. Okay, so it's this one. Dum dum. Deep tail. I'm winning. Oh, Mama Dragon is doing it. Oh, there's like 3 carcasses. Oh, there's more carcasses. Look at the Vespoids high. Hey, I'll drink later. I really love the music, holy shit. Gives me goosebumps every time. Doing it alright, sleep a bit difficult tonight. Oh, sorry. Maybe you can get like an extra sleep today, since it's... I assume it's Sunday? No. Oh my god, that didn't hit me. That works. There we go. I think that's all. That's everything broken. Oh my god, there was a second one. I can never get that one timing down. It's so hard to get perfect block with this. I'm gonna keep complaining now. No! No! It really is really different. I never thought about that much. Oh. Shit. I have to block this. Oh my god, I didn't see that. Give me that. Oh, you fixed that. No. We blocked that. We didn't block that. We blocked that. No. Oh yeah, that hits. If I get the timing down, that was crazy. Didn't block that. Didn't block that. It's up there. We did block that. Oh my god, there was so many things happening. There's no work needing to be done for the weekend right now. That's nice. That's nice. Maybe we can use this time to rest for a bit. Hopefully it helps. Why am I back at the base camp? Let's go chicken. I would hug Mama Dragon if I can. What's it doing? Sorry. That was really fast, I think. I couldn't block that one and then block that one again. Oh my god, how did I survive guts? Okay. There was 10,000 things on my screen just now. You cannot capture 80 monsters, right? Just gonna make sure, because I never tried to capture it. Ui, delayed. Then I was already poking for that long. I still died. Having okay, look, I've seen the difference now. The difference between 30 and 60 FPS, right? The visual clarity somehow is worse on 30. Like when there's so many things happening at once, and then I cannot tell like which one should I block first. Like that kind of visual clarity. It feels very weird, honestly. Oh. Can I get this? Oh my god, I got it free. I blocked the wrong one. Is the kitty taunting? I think it is, right? Oh nah, that still hits. I don't know why I'm drinking my own mega potion. Nice, Tando. Lucky girl making food. Okay, have a good night. Have a good night, Mama Tekken. Right, that shouldn't have hit. I was so close to it. Thinking of maybe doing some hunt if you're down for some Kobo tag team. If you want, sure. I'm just kind of like farming AT Arc Belt for a bit because I want to transcend the armor. And AT Arc Belt is like way more fun than like so much more monsters that's like it's much more fun than Omega Planets, that's for sure. I just want to run the Fate and smack some meat.
Nice.
I don't know what run the Fate is, but smack some meat sounds good. You wanna fight? Heck yeah. Then we have a team of 4 later. Because I just kinda want to solo this thing for a bit. We have... That is assumed if Narix is joining, and Jameson is joining, then Salo is joining. Would be 4, right? Yeah. Would it just get stunned immediately if I use the heavy blunt pod? I mean, never tried. Whee! Nope, that sucked. But 200 is something. I think 200 is like way better than any of my hits. I shouldn't have done that. I'm not healing. I also feel like Lance is like the easy mob against ATR build. No. Did you just recover from that? Like immediately? Oh my god, that was so early. Then how is that? How did they not hit? How did they not hit? Hi, yeah, I wasn't even running and it didn't hit, but I was running and it hit. Bratan. Let's go, easy. Told you Lance is OP. Woo! Easy. And now adding the far, I did. If I added it correctly. I'll put that and get warmed up. Yeah, of course. Do I have Salo added in Monster Hunter Wilds? I have no idea. And the music, oh my god. Goosebumps every time. God, I love this game. Fuck. Chicken. Like, I was thinking maybe I can do... Maybe that's a good hit? Maybe not? I'm not too sure. Chicken. Is butt cheeks one word or should I spread them? They both work, no? I mean, I'm not an English language connoisseur, but I feel like both works. They should, no? Level 4 botanist, ayo. I can get more herb and honey. Wow. Oh, I got the feline insurance. Okay, very nice. I got full money. We can all like hang out in one grand hub, right? Music. I'll still use Lance against ATR Feld because I feel like I feel more comfortable doing that. Maybe no, I want to do some spicy shit. Which one is spicy? Charge blade. Charge blade? Sure, why not? Oh my god, I don't have a good charge blade. I mean, this one is pretty good, but still. Do I play charge blade? No. No. Hammer? Hammer is kind of fun. I should play hammer. I should totally play hammer. No. Bow? Bow is kind of cool though. No. Switch X? I cannot decide. Every weapon is so fun. God damn it. Well, not every, because LBG and HBG kind of boring. Wait. Oh my god. Breaking. Hi, Draken. Welcome. Ooh, great sword is really fun. I mean, I would play long sword, but not now anyway. Swan shield? Ooh, wait, swan shield is so fun though. I think yesterday I was at Chris' stream and then I heard, I think it was Heck. Was it Heck or Bucket? I think it was Heck. Heck mentioned that natural slash, return slash, and then round slash, spinning reaper into charge slash, into charge like stab. Yeah, that move is like optimal. But then I also heard them saying, Perfect Rush has been buffed. Ooh, like for that I kinda want to try like Perfect Rush. I always love Perfect Rush. Well, let's play Sword and Shield, why not? Iron Wall, Shield, yeah, I'm playing like I'm playing the I don't want to die build. I don't want to die build is crazy. Okay. So how would I add people in? It should be past interactions, right? I think Narish is in a quest. I don't see Sano here. This one? I haven't added Sano. The Beast Slash combo into spinning real faster run into empowered charge chop. It's the best flexible and high DPS option for SNS. Oh, because I mean I heard them buffing. Buffing Perfect Rush is like really fun, I feel like. Because I feel like when I first play Perfect Rush, the damage feels like shit. Let's see out two things with Corrupt Mental with YYPP loop and Perfect Rush. Oh. Corrupt Mental? What does Corrupt Mental do? I've been using Rocksteady for the longest time. Or not using any mental at all. Decreases health but increases affinity and weapon performance when equipped. Repeated attacks on monster will further increase your attack power and affinity. What? What? A mental that adds damage? What? Just be on the attack triggers a special evasive maneuver and lets you escape unharmed. Upon success, temporary attack boost and alternative combos. This is just Adapt, no? This is Adapt in Generation Ultimate. I've been playing Adapt on Generation Ultimate for the longest time, and now I'm playing Charge Blade in Generation Ultimate. It's really fun. Oh, I don't know. Corrupted Mental feels scary. I mean, decreases health. Ooh. I'll keep my Rocksteady. I'll be doing practice hunts until the group is getting ready. Of course, I'll try to like invite to my session, which I'm not too sure how. Is it Link Party? Unfriend. No, I don't want to unfriend Narix. Oh, Jameson is not online yet, I think. And I haven't added Salo here. How would I find... Oh, using Hunter ID search maybe? How do I let people join my Grand Hub? That's a thing, right? Oh, private lobby, right. Joinable via Hunter Friend search. Yeah. What? What? Wait. Why is it suddenly music and suddenly nighttime? So people should be able to join my session now? And Sarah, hi! We did. Oh my god. I kind of play Charge Blade though. I haven't played Charge Blade in a long time, and Generation Ultimate make me kind of love Charge Blade. Blazing Yirmia. That's very cool. Impact Vial means it's gonna like stun, right? I'll try after my 10-star Popo. Okay. Oh, you're doing the event quest? 10-star Popo. Abandonian Pueza. That sounds like Pueza. God tree. Whoa, bequeathed, and this one looks crazy. Oh, it's guardable. Oh, I'm pretty sure I felt the same way before. I made this one, but I don't have this one. Rompo shield. Then Trodox. Poison 250? I mean, I already have a poison. Esperanza strong. Should I just make a Zor weapon? Or should I make an Ashen weapon? Or Artyom? Artyanka. Oh, I don't have dragon anymore? Chrono gear. Okay. Oh my god, 666 attack. 666. Oh wait, affinity focus will lose sharpness? That's crazy. That looks terrible, actually. What? Oh no, I don't even have enough of these. What? Well, guess I'm not using this. Onyx Chronos. I have one. I have one of almost everyone. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。Just 3 more. I'll play Sword and Shield. It's Sanlo. How do I add Sanlo? Maybe if I can like cheat. I think me and Sanlo is friend on Steam. And then here is like I can find Steam. I'm kind of seeing so many names. And then it doesn't load. You don't load more than 2 pages? What is this? I swear to God, wilds. Is Solo Chevron? No, right? Solo, are you Chevron? Oh my god. Why is there music? Time used at primary, 243. It probably any weapon usage. Dante fit. Oh, there is weapon usage. 239 sword and shield. This has to be Salon. I vaguely remember fighting with, or fighting along with Salon before. I don't know. Because Salo did say that he's going to be a training area. I cannot view profile. If I can view profile, that'd be nice. Send friend request? What if it's not Salo? What if it's not Salo, it's just like another random person? No. Oh my god. Wait, I could try cheat. Give me a second. Yeah, I think me and Salo is Fuen in Steamer. Yeah, that's definitely Salo, but Salo is not online. Is this Salo? No, I mean the profile picture is Salo, but why am I stalking? Well, I don't know how to find Salo. Salo appears offline here, so I was playing Monster Hunter Stories 3 for hours. I needed a break from it for a while, but I think I faced a new monster I've never seen before. I want to play Monster Hunter Stories 3, but couldn't afford it, so not soon. But hey, hopefully Monster Hunter Stories 3 is fun. I'm back. Them fingers good to go, not bleeding. Well, I'm glad that it's not bleeding anymore. Alright, so Narix will join after. And Jameson is opening, and I couldn't find Salo. Turn yourself on all that ash is crazy. Salo, I cannot find you. Well, wild question. Is this you? Are you Chevron? Because you're in the train. Because Chevron is in training area, and Chevron is using Sword and Shield for 239 quests out of like all the weapons that they used. But I don't know if that's you. Hunter ID help if you learn from Rise. Look, how would I know what Salo's Hunter ID is? You know, like if I know Salo's Hunter ID, I wouldn't be here. Like I wouldn't be here just losing my mind over I cannot find it. Is that? Oh, Narix is here. Hi. Did you? How did you join? Oh yeah, I can just... Alright. Right. So Jameson should be able to just join my private lobby? Because like I looked at the hunter profile. It kind of screams Salo. Right? I mean, 239 quests for on Sword and Shield. Then Salo? Okay. Okay, I'm glad I didn't just like send a friend request over. Because like everything like Salo said that he would be in training area. And this guy is in training area. And Salo uses, I believe, only Sword and Shield. Oh, Salo uses Charge Blade as well. Right. Okay. Oh, right. So I don't do I not? Do I show the hunter ID? I mean, I have to add the hunter ID. Okay, out of respect, I'm gonna do this. Alright, give me a second. Okay, I sent the request. And then I don't want to show the hunter ID, so... Okay, we should be fine. Boom. Okay. Link party invitation? Hmm? Wait, can you not join my lobby? I mean, Narix just joined. Like... Is that you? Okay, that's you, that's you. I guess we'll wait for Salo for a bit. Oh, I guess we can wait. We can fight it, and then Salo can join halfway, maybe. How fast do you think? How fast do you guys think you can kill ATR Phil? I need one more. Like 3 certificate for... the health skills, and I need his aggro on me to parry, not to mention how the practice of Frank is a bit fucked, but I guarantee at least adequate performance. If you want aggro, then I should use bow, no? I'm trolling at this point, using bow? I mean, Sword and Shield can do damage. I'm pretty sure. I'm relatively sure, actually. I mean, there is also good lands. Nah, I believe in Sword and Shield. I think my Sword and Shield can do some damage here. Right. Do you have one? No, not you. Oh. I want to eat ramen. Is Narek still here? I can run wide range anyways because I've been stocking up for several hunts. I'll try not to like die too much. Because I can block, I think. I mean, look at that dance, oh my god. Look at that thing.
Good girl. Here's some pat pats. Pat 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 pat.
Hi, Evie. Where's that other dragon, huh? And Kobo's gonna sniff him up. Sniff him up. Actually, no, I'm not gonna. Those only gave me 4 rocks. I can stop people like this, right? Wait, Narix is already on the quest. I guess we'll find. 36 minutes should be fine. Wait. Hey. Right, I'll bring this. So if Narish is on the quest, I think Salo is also on the quest, so I think we can fight once. Yeah, we fight. I mean, they can join halfway. It's fine. Why am I getting Link Party invitation? Me? Hey. I'm gonna real wide range for this one to see how bad I am. Should be too bad, I would say. It's fine. I think I can. Why am I hungry? Mezas. Kobo. Hi, Ixon. Oh my god, Dragon 25. Thank you. Ixon, aren't you playing Yoshi's Story? Aren't you streaming too? Oh, is it finished? It went well, but Koroshim is broken? Oh no. Don't look at me. Alright. You do it. Whoa! I'm fine. That hit behind. That was wild. Is it YYBP? Oh yeah! YYBP spinning Reaper into charge shot? Okay, several questions. YYBP spinning Reaper? Okay. Okay, so I mean, I'll be fine, don't worry. my god, I hit behind. I'm gonna refund. I think if that's gonna hit me. I didn't bring heal. Ah! Oh, what I meant to say is I didn't bring... I didn't bring heckin' life powder. I think I saw Salo accepted the friend request. And Salo, you can join anytime, I think, right? You can search for my lobby and you should be able to join the lobby. Oh my god, guns. I'll be fine. Good shit. Oh, Salo joined one of those kind of stuff. Oh my god, my sword and shield is like shit. Yeah, mute stream, it's okay. Get out here. Oh, item. Just bunch of cocaine and crush a dragon to death and now I can do passion. Sounds about right. How was the monster hunting? I did saw you play for a brief moment though. Oh, that's fine. Oh, it's tunnel. Basically, I can do layer armor and down. Hey! Yeah. Should have blocked that. I'll be fine. Oh no. They never play fashion or campaign mode. Sounds about right. Having good fashion is also very important for Mansanta. Oh no, I didn't expect that how loud then. I should have got the English one. Oh my god. They caught me off guard, holy shit. Ah, I love mods. It's so good. Nice. Oh my god, the pie is so good. I believe in Salo. When I play more by it's noon, it's hotter than usual. My function is slowing down from overheating and hunger. I was simply converting jerky. Oh no! Take care of yourself, Zen. Get some rest before hunting more. Thanks for the raid again. Sorry, I'm a little bit like occupied. But still, I hope your stream was nice, and I hope my Santa Watch is very fun. Oh my god. Get on. Break the wall. Wow. Oh my god. We block that. Alright, meat. Where's my meat? Okay. Which is 2 to the left. I went right. I didn't bring shock assault. I broke the tail. Oh, I need this. Don't kill me. I love you. Oh my god, they whipped. Did they whip? No. Nice. Oh my god, you guys are OP, holy shit. Oh, that's different. Very developed at the game that I thought when I can jinx them. Because they are attacking. Whoa. I'll be fine. I'm just trolling. I'm so trolling. Hi. my friends had this song. Good luck, AT Fluffy. Thank you, Sorrow. Have a good luck too. Thank you. Ooh, honey, honey, honey. I want, oh, I want honey, honey, honey. Is my chicken going the right way? No, my chicken is going the alternative way. That keeps popping up, holy shit. Oh, who did that? That guy's getting banned. I'm joking, I'm joking. They bumped it. The last hit does 3 hits now? Or has that always been the case? Anyway. We got that. Nice to it. Using traps or like flash pipes. Probably because my brain is like, no, I don't use them. I got him. Lure? That just covers the whole ground. If I can do. I think that'll still hit. You guys did carve the tail, right? I mean, I kinda just cheated and carved the tail immediately right after. Hey. didn't think they're gonna do that, but I'll be fine. Cancel block. Are you? Why are you changing movesets? Yankee Peaky, that was dangerous. I'll be fine. Everyone's so OP. I'm being carried, it feels good. No. Like everyone knows how to use. I mean I'm like the old. I'm the very traditional thinking of like I don't use anything. I just want to like raw power wins everything. That's how I feel. So I don't use flashbacks. I don't use traps. I don't use like I don't use environmental traps as well. But if it hits, it hits. Like that's on them. Yeah, like, I mean, if that happens, then that's on them. Coconut. The subtle seems fine. Oh my god, they didn't even have a chance to go back. What the fuck? You guys are absolute bullies. Look at this poor thing. She's dead. Holy shit. Hey, I got Jim. I got Jim. Y'all are the real hunters with some guy. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. Like, y'all have like flash bugs, traps, and then life powders. Right? And then there's me just like, yeah, I got a toothpick and I'm gonna kill this thing. I'm just, I don't know, I'm not a fan of like using all these like oh, I brought 3 parts. Number of focus strike and wounds. Holy shit. Stinger
Someone
pulse is gonna
told me to go look in the mirror and tell myself that I'm awesome and loved. Mirror me gave me the finger, said I was an asshole and blocked my number.
What? No. Maybe we can hit Tyrannus VCV1. And that could work too if you guys want. I could lower my games volume so that we can like have a chat. Only if you guys want. I'm okay with either, honestly. I could put you guys into my like secret chat. Secret chat. I'm just a support hunter in terms of damage and knowledge. I feel like me too. I feel like me too. Okay, I lowered my game thing. And then look at that secret.
Secret mode. Also, is this the first time you're hearing my voice, Tilra?
It's the first time. I'm still getting a link party invitation. I declined it. Do we still need to be in a link party?
I thought I sent you the link party invitation.
Oh,
It says it's already sent.
yeah, but do we still need to be in a link party? Aren't we already in like the same lobby?
I don't think we're in the same lobby. I think Salo joined off of the link party, which I dragged Nerix and Salo in because I'm not sure if Salo was gonna be.
22, let's go.
Wow.
Hey Salo.
Hi. Hi. I'm so far behind.
On what?
I can't keep up. I don't have the knowledge. I don't have the damage. I don't have the equipment. I just explode.
It's okay, me too. Now I play bow, so we're gonna have a lot of like. Look,
I mean,
it's fine. I'm gonna get one shot anyway. Let's
it
go,
took me
bow.
literally 800 levels of Hunter rank to get where I'm at, so you've got a long way to go to.
No, I
A
don't
long
have
way to
that
go
long of a
before
way
you
to go. I just need rolls. I have everything else. I literally just need the rolls.
It's okay. I believe in Salo.
Oh, I'm
What?
facing the wrong
SNS is a
direction.
really easy build. 2 Jin Dahad, 2 Guardian Rathalos. Depending on what you get for your rolls, you either are 3 Rathalos, Guardian Rathalos pieces, or 2 Guardian Rathalos pieces, and then a whatchamacalls it, the black one, smoky poison. Yeah, that one.
Slurky poison.
Remember? It looks like slurky poison. It just makes you stinky.
Stinky poison.
Turple.
I went with 2 AT Arkfeld, 2 Lagiacrus, and 1 Uduna. All Gamma wherever applicable.
Hmm. Yeah, that's all I gotta do.
I never have a build. I just wear whichever armor that I feel like it.
That's fashion soul.
To be fair, part of this was pretty much just me, like going off of an online thing because I was wondering, like, how can I tune up my build?
Yeah, like this one 999 longsword hunter who literally walked in and was like, "I'm gonna do 160 DPS." What? What do you mean? What do you mean? There's 4 hunters here, and you're outpacing all 3 of us together.
Yeah.
Longsword's scary.
Longsword's scary.
It is literally you blink, you die half the time because you have to time it. Like, I don't know how wide the window is exactly, but I swear it's like 4 or 5 frames for the EI Spirit Slash, the big counter.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that little frames. It's like 18 frames, I think.
18? EI Spirit Slash, not Foresight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's suicide. Yes.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that strict, I think.
It's very lenient now.
Feels a lot tighter than I'm giving it credit for, I guess.
I got the quest. I'm ready to get one-shotted. Hi, Lexi.
For which one?
For I'm gonna farm AT Arkveld for quite a bit here.
Oh, nice.
I want to.
I mean, I
transcend.
know I want to for Charge Blade if I ever decide to go back to that.
Oh, I should play Charge Blade next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charge Blade is cool.
What are you doing to me? Stop fingering me!
Ayo.
Narix, can you try inviting Tira? Because it's not working for me.
I'm tired.
No, Terasa's not joining it because.
Do we need to join?
She's a doo-doo.
What?
Omega doo-doo.
Do we need to join Link Party? Okay, no.
Omega doo-doo.
I'm gonna run wide range with
I
this.
joined
I'm
Leisha like
not
here.
Oh, we're
Thank
gonna
you,
get more
Lexi.
nourishing extract. I don't know where to get that.
Okay,
Oh, no.
I joined.
Bowling gives you a lot now.
Oh, you
Okay.
need. There is
Where do I
one
get more
type of
trap
quest-
tools?
Bowling.
Solo,
Solo, if you need extract, you want to hunt Guardian Deshagawa and Guardian Ebony Odogarin.
Barbahuda? Is it the
okay, to be frank-
great dirt worm?
To be frank, if you want to farm nourishing extracts, the best way is to just hunt Guardian Secrets. But if you're lazy and you have a lot of like barrel bowling tickets, you can get like 45 every other 10 roll maybe.
I usually like
It's mostly
waiting.
because I don't normally craft things. I'm just as a solo hunter, I never needed to use these things, but now I kind of need to.
I mean,
usually
I'm
wait for
I've
like
never crafted any of these.
barrel
I'm
bowling.
not using
wait for a
anything.
good lineup and then just burn all my tickets on that.
Where do I get trap tools from?
Don't you
Side-
buy them?
Yeah, you just buy them. Yeah.
Oh, box lady. Hi. I forgot you exist. Wild jerky. Oh, sign me the heck up. Give me that. I want to buy 9,999
Jerky.
because I have the money. I'm gonna do it.
Right. Jerky's nice.
Should I invite Solo to the lobby we're in?
Who?
Who?
What?
Should I invite Solo to the lobby we're in so we're all in the same lobby?
Yeah. Is Salo not here?
No, don't look
There's
at my
the lobby
swag.
ID, Solo.
No, I want to look
look
at
at my
your
swag.
swag.
DMs.
No, I'm just a man.
I thought it should be like just joinable.
I don't know. I just saw the ID and used that.
I got an achievement. Follow someone for the first time.
Whoa, I'm your first one.
Oh my gosh. This is how I just did him. What does following even do?
I don't know.
Basically,
Link. I get your status updates.
pretty much.
Everybody has such cool things. Like they have like custom things, and I'm just kind of here. You're a huge man of it. You're a huge man. I mean, you are big. Hi, heck.
Oh my god, hey. Huge
Yeah.
man?
Yeah, they're a huge man.
I'm scared.
Huge man Kobo. Oh, do we want to do the stream together so that there's at least context for what's going on? I like to yap too much.
It's okay. A Kobo King, yep.
Check.
How
Are
to...
you
Audio's
playing
coming
with?
through on your end, Solo. And it's coming through on yours as well, Tira. Alright. Oh boy.
Starting from the left with Salo and then Narix and then Jason.
Yeah.
I'm unfortunately facing the wrong direction, so I'm just gonna fix myself to face the right direction.
Oh, I just realized I can't see you guys. I know what
Are you in the
happened.
lobby?
What?
This should work.
Kobo, very pretty.
Maybe?
Oh,
Checking and it should
Oh no, my
be.
Fuji tech is
Oh,
broken.
There you are.
whoa,
There you are.
man.
Fuji...
I'm seeing
Fuji
the
tech broke.
swag.
There's the kobold.
Hi, I am a
Look-
man.
Man.
Why can't I see people in the Discord on the thingy?
Discord? Oh.
Yeah,
I
my,
thought you
my
meant,
Fuji
like,
tech
in the
isn't
lobby.
working.
Oh,
No, no,
could
no,
it be
my-
because this is like a private voice chat, so it doesn't work?
Oh, maybe, maybe.
If you get
Ah, it's okay.
dragged in, it doesn't like. It tends to get screwy.
Oh
If
no.
Solo actually joins on his own, then it works perfectly fine. I had a friend who had that issue.
What if I leave and then you drag me back in? That maybe
No,
might
if you
fix
get
it.
dragged in, period, it won't work.
Then we can just join the.
perhaps-
We can just join the gaming or general one. I think it should be fine.
Hmm.
Unless some random join, then I'm a little bit scared.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's okay. I can live without it.
But the screen
Oh.
without Salo.
Oh, Josh needs a hot Gogma. Oh, joy.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute. Is that Machina on your arm? What the heck? What the heck? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're working with the owl bed here next? Is that what you're
What?
doing?
What?
You're working with the owl bed? Got some
What?
Machina on your arm. What the
What
heck?
Machina on my arm? I don't see a Machina on my arm.
You have Machina on your arm. I see it.
What? What? Where?
Praise be to Yevon.
What? Where? I don't see it.
Oh.
Must have been the win.
Must have been the win. I took the quest, by the way.
It's heckin' Wimsy.
Dude, that was me yesterday. Oh my god. When I say I could actually go 45 degrees, I meant it. And that was just supposed to stay straight. So, question.
Yeah.
I know Arkfeld is weak to dragon and stuff, but where am I supposed to hit him?
Chains.
Oh, just his arms? Just
Just the
24/7?
arms.
The chains. Not even his arm, just the chains.
I'm like,
So
Those are his
he
arms.
has very little elemental weakness across his body, and only when his chains is split, like he has two chains, that he has the dragon he has the weakness to every element, including dragon, except dragon's the highest. And hitting the arms doesn't really do much. Hitting the chains is the one that would have the biggest value.
Oh,
And
I
then
see. So,
once the chains revert back to being a single chain, element is 0.
so basically, one split, chains. No split,
Yes.
just hit him.
Yeah, just hit him. Yeah.
Okay. I'll understand. I never really pay attention to his chains, so I'm just gonna hit him in the chains regardless.
I'll call out the
Need help with
splits if
the
you
heart?
want.
Nah, you don't gotta do that. I'll learn by doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hitting.
Exactly. Exactly. Just hit it
Just-
till it dies.
Yeah, I'm just hitting it. It's fine. Well, like,
I think I'll go wide range this
in-
time.
information is like, I don't care.
Meanwhile, Gunlance is like, I don't care what I hit. I'm hitting.
Why do you have a parrot?
I'm playing
Oh.
ball. I'm playing ball. It's like I don't care. So I just hit
That's
for
not
single
a parrot,
digit.
That's a tiny Rathalos.
Heck yeah.
You got the loss, yeah.
Centric
It's
silver
okay, Josh.
dragon. Ooh.
This is a 10-star art tempered. I think he'll just kill you. You're squishier than me.
Nah, it's fine. Just have guts, and you won't die.
just don't get hit.
Yeah, just don't get hit. It's
Isn't
fine.
Guts the Lord Soul thing?
Yep.
I think so.
I'm trying to roll for that. Ugh. I think I'm the only one that doesn't have it in this group. Some of my damage is so low because I don't have it.
I mean, I've been rolling on like 2 sets for ever since Gokmazers came out. And I've only had lots so on like 3 sets.
I've done like 40 rolls so far, and I only got it on 1 weapon that I need to not use because I realized I built it wrong.
I don't know how
I
I
did
got
the wrong
Lord Soul.
focus thingy.
Focus.
Shit, did I get the
Yeah, I did attack focus instead of element focus, so I gotta remake the weapon anyway.
For dual blades?
Sword and shield.
Shouldn't you be on
I guess if I really wanted to, but I'm going the elemental route.
Oh my god, I'm doing damage with bow. Holy shit.
So yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Also still trying to figure out some of the nuances for the damage rotations.
Actually, up salvo.
Because if I'm not mistaken, in this group, right? Like, I should not be the one popping wounds, right? That should be James's job?
Specifically for Dark Belt, you pop wounds as soon as you see.
Because
Yeah,
Arc Belt
80
will-
Arc Belt regenerates wounds.
Yeah,
you
he
use
regenerates.
Jura. Up Gonzalo as well with that.
I mean, I can pop a wound as soon as I see it. Like, I see one right now, but I usually try to pay attention to like the white patches. But I'm a sword and shield, so like I thought my job is to just open wounds, not break the wounds.
AT Arc Belt has the Guardian regeneration ability, so it's pretty much open season as soon as you see one.
Right. I'm just trying to get the most value out of each pop.
I'm trying to shoot the tail until it breaks.
Tail should be my job. I think 2 or 3 Spirit Health Breakers will get it. Ow! Ending Mantle.
Hi, Sally.
Hello.
Ui. I found it.
Oh, he has wind pressure? Okay, plus aura dragon, I see.
Ayo.
Alright, he's staggered and his chains are closed. So just hit him wherever now.
I want tail. I want to shoot the tail.
I want the booty, give me the booty, big old booty.
Right?
No! He's got one on his arm wing thingy. Can't
Chains
reach
opening
it.
up.
I want that patch.
It's an angry goat.
He just
Wait,
choked
wait.
me with his face. What the heck?
That was a
Nice
tiny
dodge,
poke.
Tilra.
That was a tiny poke. That took 50% of my health. I'm so
Yeah, he
squishy.
was scary. Squishy. It's got a dodge backs, right?
Yeah.
Oh, get off of me! I'm so tiny!
Heck yeah. You're tiny but you're strong.
Ugh.
Oh.
Healing you.
No.
Oh my god, how did I not die?
No!
That should have hit me.
Nah, you got that. Gotta think thin.
Apparently, I'm thinking one-dimensionally then. Uh-oh.
Yeah, just become Mr. Game
Nice.
Watch. Okay.
Healing.
I'm good. I have a healing mantle. Ugh.
It's done.
Less good.
It's okay, I'm baiting, I'm baiting. I'm
It's okay,
baiting, I'm baiting.
I believe
I'm
in
baiting,
some.
I'm baiting.
Or
Oh,
taking
Master
there, are
Vader?
we?
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
just
see,
trying.
I got the healing mantle just so I can have all that.
I'm just trying to
Good.
survive.
Would you
God,
guys want a
I forgot he
shock
stops
or
right here.
or a hole?
Whichever
Aye.
one works. No?
That why?
And
Both
are
of
there
them
any
work, yeah.
differences?
Not really. I guess it's whether or not if you want to hit for tail or if you want to hit for chain.
Oh.
Okay, not right now. This guy's here.
Yeah. It's all good. We just shoot as much as we
Everyone
can.
popped up.
One target, please. Oh, wait.
Whoopee.
I want to break the tail.
Oh, okay, rude.
Ooh, that was fast.
Nice flash. Oh, hey.
Alright, I'm gonna put a hole here. It's like down at the bottom of the hill.
Hi! That was nearly very rude.
Oh, that was one hit.
Ow, yee,
I'll be fine,
ow.
I'll be fine.
I've got an abundance of megas. I may as well use some.
Blah. Saving investigation for 2 4-star tempered art belts. Oh god.
Ow.
Oh, I hit it.
No, 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 no. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey,
Okay.
yo.
Instant down or just open wounds?
Instant down, heal the wound.
Alright.
Okay.
I'll try to cut the tail.
Coming. Go.
Nice. Oh, give me that sweet tail.
Oh, I lost him. Woo!
Uh-oh.
The big boy.
All better, Solo?
Yep. All good.
Thank you.
He just keeps dancing around my hole.
Oh,
Why won't
you
you
good,
love me,
Alex?
Dad?
yep.
Nice.
Thank you.
No, no, no.
Ooh.
Get as much special use.
He's got a patch on his right hand.
Oh, it's blue one.
Oh, sorry. Left hand, left hand, left hand.
I'll break it.
I mean,
Got it.
I'm pretty sure if I didn't use that flash, it would have wrecked the skill rock. I'm not sure.
Hey, maybe I can dodge it. Maybe.
I'm pretty sure you were in the getting up animation, so it would have hit, I think.
No,
I'm
I
not
was
sure.
I was getting ready to dodge that one.
Yeah, they were walking and moving.
I was doing the crab
But
walk.
is he?
Oh, it's already
Off
Free
sucking.
hit on
Buff.
tail.
Give tail.
Oh, he still has that patch on his back. Give me it.
Wow.
Yikes.
Gotcha.
Oh, just a little further, just a little further. Like me trying to actively push the monster.
down. Now I get crazed by it.
I think the only way you can get out of that safely is if you ISS to the sides. Because it has multi bombs.
Or you
Yeah.
can play lanes.
You gotta go sideways.
Not think I got that one, but there we go.
So angry. Oh, he's in the wall. Hello?
I'm still shooting it though.
He's in Zeus, like, no nesting area.
Is
Okay,
it-
I can't hit him from
Is
here.
it door stuck?
Awkward.
Is it door stuck?
Oh, come on, he's right there. Touch it.
Apparently it's
Touch it.
after Tilra now.
It's fine. I'll be fine. Come on, touch that thing. I'm here. I'm here. Kill me. Kill me. I'm here.
Come on.
I think he's
kill me.
killing everyone else.
Yeah.
Kill me. I'm here. Kill me.
Ow.
There we go.
Yay.
Yay. Easy.
He wanted the stun. He wanted the stun. I'm just gonna focus on damage. I'm out of supports.
I should have gone the other way. I'll be fine.
So Boon on the back.
I got it.
Well,
Thanks for the heal.
this is what I have literally 1,000 honey for.
And perfect guard. All right, now I run.
Boon. Right up.
Break it.
Gotcha.
Eh. I'm a wound
Ow,
demon.
that has anti-air capabilities.
It's playing Street Fighter.
Yeah, that's where I get hit from actually. Last Mega, people have powders and such. Really, that's
Hey, I got the tail. Let's go.
Yay! Let's go.
completely.
I love bow.
I already blew through 20 Megas with that.
Wait, you can make more?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Scary potions and honey.
I didn't know you could craft well on a hunt. That's new.
You can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do the same for
Uh-huh.
max potions and like life powders and dust life and herbal medicine.
Damn.
Anything you can combine, you can craft.
It's a cheat.
Well,
It's
me
a
just-
cheat.
Hi! But
I'm just
Nice.
banking off of mending mantle to keep me alive.
Oh my god, I didn't even use metal. My oh, rock steady. Okay, okay. I should be using mental.
He's got a white patch on his left
ow,
hand
ow, ow,
for his wings.
ow,
Are you dead?
ow, fuck, ow.
I'm sorry, I have the mod installed. I just cannot help myself.
I got completely comboed there. Ow.
Hey, nice. Oh, I messed up.
I'm building mount damage.
Did you download the mod like the moment I set it to you?
No. Okay, yeah, maybe I did.
Oh, when somebody dies, they just go, "Fah!"
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's rage.
I actually don't even know if I'm doing any damage. It's so funny. I'm just shooting.
You're second place.
What the fuck?
Ow.
Who is first place?
Jameson.
Merrick's
No.
59,000.
Holy shit,
I
nice.
have just a damage meter. That's it. That's all I have.
I'm
I don't know
kind
how
of
much
curious
thing
about
this
Blade
health
this.
just-
has, but it's somewhere above 150.
I'm actually surprised I'm second place.
I mean, you're constantly
Yeah.
hitting him, I guess.
Yeah, you're at 61. Tilra, you just hit 39. I'm at 37, and James is somehow at 34.
I blame healing. I swapped over a good part of my kit,
Oh, you went to
including my
heal
talisman,
I'll
to
break one.
heal. Ah,
I broke one.
Give me that ass, give me that ass, give me that ass, give me that ass, give me that ass. I want it. He's got a white patch on his tail. I want that wound.
nope.
Here, free wound on the tail if you want it. I want his gooch. He's got another one in there.
Ow. No, thank you.
There's one on his wall. Not wall. His arm thingy. Oh no, it's not his wall thingy. It's on his throat.
That was a full health.
Healing for everyone.
I got one shot and I survived because of guts.
Hey.
I'm so squishy, what the fuck? How did I even survive this long? Holy shit.
What? You just lose your damage now?
Yep, pretty much.
Does
At least
it come
until
back
you
if you
get
card?
carded.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I wonder why everybody likes it so much. I thought it was just like a once you lose it for the rest of the hunt.
I mean, you lose the damage, but you gain like 15% more defense.
Oh, I lose
Right.
damage?
On his it's right next to you.
Oh.
There you go.
When your tenacity guts pops, you lose the damage bonus it gives you.
On his
But
tail, blue. On his tail,
in
blue.
exchange, yeah, you get a defense up instead.
Ah.
Yeah, and elemental resistance, right?
No, defense.
I thought it was also elemental resistance.
I don't think it gives you anything else. I don't. Well, that was fast. I don't remember if it giving you.
Give me that ass.
But I might be wrong.
Where's his
On the
ass?
tail wound.
Give it to me. Got it.
Nice.
I worked so
Oh.
hard.
Now I'm doing 2 damage. Yay! I mean, it's a lot of 2, but it's 2. Ooh.
Ah, it still grazes me even when I go to the side.
Scream it.
Top I would up for safety's sake.
Big combo.
Oh no. Ow.
Okay, I'm not hearing. Ah, it's fine.
We're holding him off.
Did turn 4?
No death, no death, no death. We're good.
Yeah, easy.
Oh, hi, again. Matt.
Oh my god, I wanted to use my whetstone so hard. It's like, why am I not sharpening my bow? It's like, shit, wait.
Oh, wait for the up.
Shit, wait.
I'll sharpen my bow so I can shoot my arrows faster. I think that's how that works.
No, I think
Can
shooting.
you imagine in the next game they add sharpening to bow because you need to sharpen your arrows?
Ooh, I mean that's kind of cool, but no one will play bow anymore.
One of my friends pointed out that's basically what the Dragon Piercer is, just sharpening an arrow before launching it. Yep.
No,
mean-
it's just because it's swag sharpening. That's why.
It,
Oh,
What?
he died in air. Okay. he did a flip and died. He broke his neck. Oh no.
Oh no.
Just straight.
Ooh, I'm being paralyzed.
Hang on. Did I get you?
I cannot wake up. I'm trying to. I'm trying to. How many? Oh, okay, I'm good.
I think I might have poked a paratoad under there. My bad.
No, that was me. Intentionally.
Oh.
Ah, creature!
Creature?
Really, Solo? Oh no.
Come.
Still alive!
Come. Come. Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I've never killed one of these before. Ooh,
Creature.
cute fang.
Plum fluff?
Yeah, I never kill these things. I don't go out of my way to kill small creatures. What do you think I am, a monster?
You just did.
You literally just did that, Solo.
You're a
Shut up.
monster.
Actually, I'm a researcher now.
Was the wide range helpful or?
Vibrate?
I think, because like I know for me, like I have the the mending thingy. I don't remember anybody else really needing heals. Other than
I was also
you know,
throwing out white seeds and demon powders every so often, so yeah.
oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Ooh, I got a neat one if I ever went to Charge Blade. 2 slot with 2 attack boosts, 1 offensive guard, and 1 power prolonger. That sounds neat. Another one with
attempt 10-star Gokmazios.
10-star gold.
I've never done it, but I feel confident in being able to do it.
I can try.
I'm definitely going wide range for this one.
I mean,
Oh, that means I get to use Fire Sword! The one weapon I need to remake because I made it wrong. And then I realized I made it wrong after I made my dragon one. Yay!
oh, I forgot what weapon I used against God. I used too many weapons. Hi.
Probably like a range weapon, maybe? I don't know. Guy flies around a lot.
Wait, I think he used hammer against him. I think he used hammer.
Hammer.
Hammer good,
Hammer.
hammer good. I like the big bone.
Every
Wait,
time
why do I have an
play
insect glaive weapon?
Gokmazios-
Where did this come? Oh, the Kinsect, right?
Oh, insect glaive
Every
is
time
so
I play
cool.
Gokmazios, I just devolve into hammering heals into everyone's faces anytime they get hit, because otherwise they get comboed.
I'll try
even
not to
like-
get hit.
It's not even like... Funniest thing is, every time I've not healed somebody, they get comboed. Every time I have healed them, they don't get comboed. It's not even like they have health bar to spare after the healing. No, it's like they just don't get hit again after I heal them. So...
Yep. Every time.
I think hammer might be bad. I don't think gold can be stunned, no?
No.
He can.
Can he?
He can. He can be
How are you
killed.
gonna reach his head?
Yeah.
Carefully.
Oh.
No,
He
maybe...
lowers. He talks to Kobo the same way like tall people talks to short people.
Eyo.
So you just like him
Nani?
when he does that. Yeah.
Nani?
I just tell him like, hey, I want talk, and then hammer. I can try hammer. I mean, it's only 10. It's only 10-star Gog. It's fine.
9-star Gog is capable of one-shotting all but the most defensive classes.
I use lens.
Oy.
It's 10-star Gokmazios without support hunters, with the same HP.
Yep.
Without support hunter, it's like. So it's not 8. It's not 8 hunter. It's 4.
Yes.
Just 4.
I mean, 8 hunter. Do they even do anything?
Yes, they do.
What they do?
They contribute roughly, like the 4 support hunters contribute roughly about 180k DPS over the course of sorry,
man.
180k damage over the course of the fight. Also,
Mati dah
so
aku.
you don't actually do your 400k to him. You do slightly over 200k.
I should lock in, but I don't know what happened. I don't know what weapon I use. I need fire resistance,
know.
right? Let's get my skater Steve.
All I know is I'm selling a whole bunch of equipment that I didn't realize I've been holding on to. Like I don't even use you. Oh, keep that one.
I don't think I need steadfast.
Oh. Hi, Striker. Thank you for the water.
The water, good.
Where's my water? The fuck? Where's my water? Oh, right, my foot was on it. Ha! Silly.
Is Salo streaming?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
streaming, yeah.
Oh.
Do we need Maya Walker for gold?
1 point's good.
Okay.
Ah, much better. Oh, hello. Hi, Nex. Thank you for the follow.
I
I'm just a
should
wee
not-
little baby man in this game. I can't do any damage. Ah.
I really should not try an experimental build when we're gonna do GOG for the 10-star GOG specifically for the first time.
Nah, run it.
Run it, it's fine. We believe.
No,
It's
no,
all good.
no.
Listen, if you cart, it's a free cart. You'll be fine. Brr.
I usually need to refine and learn sort of like the flow of whatever build I make. And this would be an entirely new one. I'd have no idea how to start with it even.
Simple. Just hit him till he dies.
Oh my god, you have builds?
I only have one build, the one that I use.
Why not just swap the talismans around?
I don't. God, I don't trust my hammer. I'm still thinking. No, I trust my hammer. It's fine.
That Nadia lady seemed to be helpful. So a ranged weapon of some sort.
I still love the fireworks exploding into like baby sacred shapes. That's adorable.
Why do they wiggle? How do they wiggle? Kunafa cheese!
Air currents?
They're dancing. They're dancing. They're dancing.
Oh, did we take the quest?
Got an A-ring. That's impressive. Here's a present to celebrate. I was so excited that I made it as quick as I could. Try wearing that the next time you play. Oh, I got a trophy? Yo.
Did Pumpkin take the quest?
Sorry, I was bowling like yesterday and I got an A rank and I was like, oh man, it's just short of an S rank, but I guess A is the highest.
How do you even get A?
500
I guess
points.
Yeah, 500 points.
I feel like I never.
All I did was throw 2 woodwoods.
Watch this.
I banked a woodwood off a corner because he bounced weird and he popped in the middle on the front, and I threw the one as far as I could straight down the middle, and then he popped and got all of them. So, yeah, woodwood.
Woodwood mobs seem to have a wider AoE, but they bounce weird.
Yeah.
What am I looking
Well, that's
at?
what I'm saying. Like, he just bounced weird, and then he was like, okay, I guess I'll explode here now. Because I was trying to hit the stuff in the back, but I guess they're not real. Oops. He was like, let me save you from your stupidity, young one.
I got 300. Just hit that thing. Just get that 200. I'll get A. Explode. Oi! I think that's A.
Oh, you guys are bowling now?
Oh my god,
Get
I
it?
got A easy.
You got it, Tara. Nice.
It's just that easy.
It's just that easy. Sell all? Wait, no. Take all.
Yeah, the festival layouts, for whatever reason, seem to be extra easy compared to the norm. Meanwhile, the normal layouts are like, you have to line up with this specific path or you fail.
I think the one from the Halloween festival, what we had last week, was not easy. Or at least the barrels were horrendous to control. Because they're like the floaty ghost ones.
The floating ghost ones, there's like what I remember, which was almost akin to shooting basketball hoops instead, and that one was really easy. But apart from that, they're so floaty, it's impossible to get them lined up properly.
Honestly, with this one like with this event going on right now, at least for this layout, all you have to do is hit 5 small ones. That's it.
Hi, Kobo Gold. Thanks for the raid.
I didn't mind without hitting a single big one. Oh, another kobold?
Yeah.
Kobo!
Kobo Gold.
Hey!
They were playing
They're
Deadlock.
friends. Oh yeah. They're goated.
Heck yeah. I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds with friends. From left to right, we have Salo, Narix, and Jameson.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Why did you eat my food?
48 minutes. Should I? I should eat until I get feline insurance, no? Do we need feline insurance?
Everyone,
I mean,
as long as someone refreshes their buff, everyone gets.
which I'm doing, but I mostly want the healing bit. You know, the thing where, oh, if I get hit, it just has that yellow healy thingy.
Hey, it's free food. I'm taking it.
Yeah, exactly.
Heck yeah, free food.
Free food, free food.
The yellow healing thing is immunizing, no?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm scared.
I mean, you know, in case you get hit really bad, it's like, oh, I got hit. Before you even stand up, I'm healed. Aha!
I'm gonna just hammer heels into people's faces the moment they get poked by anything because, again, I don't trust my luck with people not getting comboed. Whenever I don't heal somebody, they get comboed. So, I don't know, consider it a good luck charm.
Watch me getting combo to oblivion.
Hunting Horn is here to protect and do the big
We're
bombs.
just here,
Ooh.
hi.
Oh, I should play Hunting Horn. I'm stupid. It's okay. I forgot about Hunting
There goes
Horn.
the
Did I do
Where's
it?
my rock?
Any ambush build here?
Uh-oh.
Ambush build can cry. Alright, how do I fight Gorgon again?
We can bring him over to the vent and can shoot those for an instant 6,000 damage, because it's fun. Squish!
Oh! Oh!
Healing you.
Thank you!
Right, I have a different loadout for GOG specifically. God damn it. Healing. Please tell me you brought fire resistant Solo.
What?
It's okay, we don't need fire resistance. We are kobolds, it's fine.
I'm trying to bring him to the fire vent!
It doesn't want... Alright, let me get there, I'll run.
Yay!
2050 from the fire vent.
and he took a step back. Oh god.
He should be underneath the middle rock, I think.
The middle rock's not there anymore.
Oh no. Squish! Ugh.
Ooh, I got Razor's Edge, but I still got hit.
Oh, I hate dodging this one. Ow!
He's got a blue thingy. I'm not doing any damage right now.
I don't think I am as well.
I can't hit him
I
because he keeps
upswing.
moving.
I thought I upswinged.
I'm not sure you can offset that one.
Got it.
I mean, I
mean,
cannot.
you can
I should
offset,
be.
it just doesn't-
Yeah, it doesn't do
Yeah, it
anything,
just
but I would negate the damage a little bit.
Spirit.
Never get the timing of that sweep down, and all of a sudden I'm getting it perfectly.
Ugh. Squish.
Whoa,
Good, Tira?
I'm good. Thank you.
Swoop. Okay. Hit him hard.
I need a hit. I need a hit. Give me hit. No hit. No hit.
Come on.
Oh, he's nibbling.
Got nibbled on. I was ready to. Offset that one as well.
Sweep.
So he got interrupted on that sweep.
He took enough damage, I think. From the fire vent.
Yeah, the fire vent can stagger him a little. Squish. Is that a wound on his mouth? No, that's just fire.
God.
I say there shouldn't be a wound on his mouth. That's weird. Squish.
Wee. Superman dive.
Hi, Garlic.
It's a very fast trip.
Come on. Okay, that works-ish.
Squish.
I offsetted it.
How do you offset what's probably a literal mountain coming after you?
I don't know. I
I mean,
didn't.
to be fair,
I didn't
power
take any
clashing
damage.
against things of this size is crazy. Hi, Cringe. Saw if you see Piece of Dragon, you get more rewards than just slaying it. Cringe, I swear
Ow.
to God, you showed up in my YouTube algorithms. Get away from me.
Don't come after me.
Source, I made it up. Squish.
Did it again. E.T.
Yeah, you would be like, Mickey Mouse. I can't do a Mickey Mouse. I can't do that all that well.
That
But I can
tail
sure
sweep.
do a Goofy. I don't know what Donald Duck sounds like, but you know, it's like, what the fuck? I know this little orange noodle.
I love Donald Duck noises. I cannot do it.
Fish. Squish. Okay, second phase.
Oh my god, I'm still spinning.
Shout out your
I
Kingdom Hearts
gotta
video.
quickly
It's
restart
underperforming, and I
while
spent a
we
month animating and editing it. It's because it's Kingdom Hearts, you know? Everybody's scared of Digny. Roll!
Double.
Roll! Roll!
Oh yeah, I forgot we have to aim for the back.
Close.
I haven't fought Gog in a long time.
Ouch.
I heard it.
Oh, I forgot about the falling. Debris! I forgot about the falling debris!
It's okay.
That's my bad.
Yeah, I think so.
Scared of Disney, not because of politics, but because we signed up for Disney, they will blame you if you die on their property. That is true, they do that.
I'm getting nibbled.
Yeehaw! Oh. Ah. Ow.
Sweet, close.
Oh,
Thank you, guard up. I love my guard up.
oh my god, this
Oh, God, that's
beast.
a multi-hit. Oh right, I forgot to get my chill bug. I'm stupid. Been slowly losing health this entire time.
Ow.
Can heal.
Get to his back, get to his back.
I'll try to stun him still.
I can't stun him in this act. Only the last
Yeah, I
one.
don't think he can be stunned like here.
One break.
No, not until the last bit. He does have a stun bar, but it doesn't come into effect until the last one.
Can beat
Close.
it.
I saw my
Nibble.
life flash before my eyes, and it looks
Flar.
like Doc Mazios is bound.
Oh no, it's close.
It's middle.
Wee.
Does he have a middle?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he has a middle.
Although the middle kind of looks like close, but I don't know.
It looks like a close
close
one.
but it's not
Yeah.
that.
It's like
Oh, give me
similar.
that patch, give me that patch.
Ow.
Trying to open up the wound on his wing arm.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Can we? even
Yeah, and then I'll
reach
give it
that
to you.
one?
Yeah,
Oh,
you can. It's on the ground. Oh, I accidentally took it. Now I'm down here.
That sweeping move.
Oh, thank you.
You should be falling soon.
maybe. Whoa.
Sweep. Bar. Oh, okay. Get him. Get him.
Run to its back.
No. One more rotation. I think we're good.
Ow.
Hopefully. Oh my god, my weapon is green.
That's not good.
Nice.
Alright. I did a shark and
Ugh.
Oh, that was perfect timing for everyone to get caught and heal.
Bah.
Ow.
Slam.
Ow.
There we go. Get him, get him, get him.
I hear a wound somewhere. Left.
There we go.
Sorry, no, right wing arm wound.
Yeah.
Are we close?
Skip this phase if you seduce though. Oh my gosh.
I'll get one this one. Oh, I got the first one?
Oh, he's got one on his little claw. Yeah.
Yeah, the wing arm. Yeah. Right wing arm.
Corner.
Not mine.
Why are you nibbling me?
Wants a taste of the Kobo.
Fair enough. Alright, got him.
Alright,
Oh.
gonna focus on the left arm just to keep him still. Thank you for the heal.
Should the Dragon Piercer be out by now, or did we already use it?
The what?
The trap?
We just
Dragon Nade.
just
My bad.
we just. Oh, you mean the little forge thingy? Used it.
Yep.
Laser is ready.
Did we use it?
Oh god.
Okay, no, it's not ready.
2 more seconds. It's ready.
Looks like it's
Go.
ready.
Get him.
Pew.
I believe this should. I don't know if this would be damage gate at this rate. Oh, opening out his neck for later.
Bonking its mouth.
Oh,
No, it's
yeah,
not.
throat. Okay, we'll save it for later. It's got a lot of touches on it.
It doesn't look like it's going for the
Got
next
it.
phase
Okay, I
yet.
opened up his neck.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's not damaged out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he leaving now?
Nope.
Don't think so.
Ugh.
Okay, now
Now
it's-
he's leaving.
Jesus. Yeah, I didn't want to pop the wound because it's like, but if
Restocking.
he leaves, it's the worst.
Eat bug.
Bug. Alright, switching to dragon weapon.
Oh, you guys switch weapon? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, GOG
You
has
find
a
it out of
ridiculous
someone's
dragon
someone's feed.
weakness. GOG has a
I-
ridiculous dragon weakness at this stage.
I just kind
Yeah,
of
'cause he
use
goes into, like-
dragon.
65
Oh, it's fine.
when it's 25 normally when it's early, and then 65 when he's priming the Nova.
Wow. I just use dragon element because I love dragons.
Well, I mean, that's why I was using fire to soften him up, because once he
Wait,
turns into
Am I the
goo-
only one up here?
No?
Up where?
Oh, where?
Running up to the arena. Oh,
Wait,
Wait,
where?
up
Right
here?
up here.
Here.
oops. Buffs. Buffs.
Oh, I missed. Oh, I
Why?
missed.
Ow, 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 ow.
No! Who dropped the rock?
Did I? No, I didn't.
Somebody dropped the rock.
Was it cooking?
Oh.
Buff.
And this explosion everywhere.
Unless he can drop the rock himself. I don't know.
I don't think it can. Question mark?
Or maybe, in the 10 star, one of them drops. I don't know.
No, I tried.
Eh.
Okay.
Ow.
Oh, I got the wound on face.
Thank you.
Nice. Good knockdown. Good knockdown. Hit him hard. Hit him hard.
I one head.
We need a lot more damage at this rate.
Oh no. Ow!
Spare what I got. Oh fuck. Whoa. Whoa.
Fuck up.
Blah. Squish!
Ow! I hate that.
We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good.
Arigato, tasukata, arigato.
Oh, I don't think we're doing enough. I'm not sure.
I also don't know.
I don't think it's anywhere
Damage face,
near
damage face,
enough.
damage face. Who's tail?
Oh, I don't have questions.
How would we know that it's enough?
We're about to find out. On me.
I'm
It's
climbing.
enough. It's enough.
It's
We're
enough.
fine.
I
We're fine, we're fine.
I fucking jumped down. For whatever reason, I jumped down. Oh yeah, Sano can block.
If I'm
Yeah, I can block.
blocking it,
I'm
means it's
full
enough.
guard.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
That's the easiest way to tell.
I'm hammer cannot block.
Yeah, Nerix and I can be your shields.
Yay.
I want that.
So that way you can just get straight to the DPS once he drops.
Give me that wood. Give me that wood.
Ew, I was about to heal, but thank you.
Yoink.
Uh-huh.
Ah, something like sucker.
This thing is fucking 40,000 ton big. I'm missing every hit.
I feel it.
40,000 tons big. It moves like it's 1 ton.
It looks like it's like 10 kilogram. Hiya, so fast. I don't understand. I got legs squished.
Akira.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Owie! Ah! Not a vendetta against me.
Zeta Flare. Oh, Zeta Flare.
Dust.
Alright, I'm going for this part. Oh, I missed it. No.
I'm gonna go
I'm
for
a
tail.
fool. I hit his knee. No, it's off the map. Case flag.
Yikey peaky.
I will pick the time.
We can lure him over to the falling pillar. That'd be great. Because he will die.
Isn't he already right underneath it?
No. He's nowhere close. Nowhere close.
Almost I did not Alright.
No.
There we go. There we go.
Come on, dive me, bro. It's not diving.
Diving.
Not here,
I
not here,
should
not
have
here.
exploded like 10 times over there. Everyone good?
I'm
Yep,
good.
we're fine. Now.
Honk! Ow!
I'm good. Don't worry about
Last sushi fish. That's the last of my quick heals, so everything's gonna be a mega potion speed from now on.
me. I have mending.
I want it. I want it.
I'm okay. 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 I'm not okay.
And that is why he...
It's okay. You're good. You're good. I don't think I'm doing enough damage here. Even though I'm the hammer. I'm not the hammer main. Oh my god, that mouth was on my face. I have mixed feelings about that.
I thought I was gonna be fine because I counted 2 blobs, which I could definitely take, but there was 4 blobs.
And
And
that
then
is
his
why I
arms
go
swept through
overboard
me.
on healing.
I had too much faith in my cloak.
DPS check.
Damage, damage, damage.
Oh god.
I'm too far.
Healing, please be enough.
Behind
Yep.
us? Oh yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
Double shield. That's so cool.
Nice.
Charge. Charge.
Buffs.
Night powder.
Yeah, well,
that
I
means
think we're
we
well
are into the lot.
overhitting. We're well overhitting the damage.
Oh yeah, because we're all
Well.
using dragon, right?
Yep.
I mean, my SAD is like 5,000 damage.
Oh Jesus!
Fucking
Yeah,
Christ.
and then yours is Oh yeah, you're at 90. You're at 94,000. Yeah, you're carrying. You got it
Heck
cheap.
yeah.
I mean, everyone is equal contribution.
Oh no. Ow.
I have powder.
Ah.
I'm really powder.
Everything has been rearranged by this giant gunpowder oil barrel.
I love this
Ah.
Oh,
Healing.
these freaking
thing. I'll stay on the ground.
squish. Got it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ow. I've got mantle. Good heal you, Derek.
I'm stuck. I'm gonna be stuck.
I think we should be able to kill him before he starts flying again.
Hopefully.
Wound on his tail, by the way. If you need it.
Oh my god, I actually blocked.
I got the wound.
Dodged that. Crazy.
Oh, my savage axe.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was trying. So yeah, I was trying to save it for you. Sorry.
It's okay.
I
I
didn't
can
realize-
I can savage axe off the wall. It's fine.
True. True. It's flying. Okay. All compacts are in the middle. Diving me. Or he's not dive. Should be diving. Yep, dive. I do it. Ah!
Catching you up.
Thank you. Good knockdown. Good knockdown. Hit that wing.
Kill him, kill him.
Nice. Hit those pieces.
Anyway,
Whoop.
Healing.
thank you.
I don't know if I'm on my second set of megas already, but this is the last one of whatever this set is.
We offset that shit, stupid.
Nice.
Metal blast. Oh, it's a rampage blast. Oh, knockdown, knockdown,
Oh,
knockdown.
kill. Yeah, he got killed.
Nice.
What is that up really fast?
Squish. That freaking piece.
Ow, I need this for me. Okay, last couple of megas.
It's probably 3 more moves and then probably a damage phase based on time. Start for the fame! Musty Handy
Oh, it's doing
Wild!
damage phase now.
Wait, Star?
Yeah.
But he should be at 1 HP up. The HP lock.
Wait a sec.
Block! Clue!
No. I was on my big
Healing.
bang. I was big banging.
Needs me
Yeah.
enough.
Oh yeah, we're fine.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
No.
Star!
closer.
Hey, Star!
Closer. Getting closer. Yeah.
Pretty sure he's at
Bonk
1
him.
HP now. Which means that this is to finish this animation and
Apparently not.
Wow.
All right, we're still in it.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's on me.
Should be soon
Die,
enough.
please. You stupid pile of oil and gun
Oh, I got too early.
powder.
I'll stay on ground.
Sweep.
Oh, fuck!
I was like, maybe I could get in front of you, but I was like, no, I don't
No.
think I can. I was
Yeah.
Alright, last mega going out to keep you alive, Solo, just in case.
I thought I thought I can
Yeah.
stay on the ground long enough for that.
Ow!
Yeah, it was taking too long.
That was a really long charge.
This should be done soon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh?
like soon.
I was eating! Wow! I did it!
Quick, quick, come! Ah!
I need it! Go chicken,
Still need
go!
to fight Gog. You've been too lazy. No. Hi, Roxas.
So
Hello.
this
Oh my gosh.
fight gives more mutated armaments, lesser Gokmazios materials,
Oh, thank God.
nearly no Battle Worn Temple emblems, nearly no Time Worn charms, and like essentially it's not worth to do outside of getting the banner for clearing it.
Oh.
However-
Jesus Christ, 120. My God.
However, you only get the banner if you join during lobby, which means that if you join from an SOS, you don't get it either.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, that means we all get it. Woo!
yeah!
Yay!
Easy! I definitely did not die towards the end.
No, it did not happen.
Yeah. It's all fake news.
Oh man, look at all these rerolls. Oh, so juicy.
You get a bunch.
What a
Fuck, they're all
reroll.
attacks. No!
Die.
Ah, I barely got any element focus. What am I gonna do? I'm a fraud. Oh my god, I want to ban Tetris, Tetrad shot from my everything. I hate seeing this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
510 heals.
Oh my gosh. Ooh, 3 dragon attack, 3 recovery speed with 2 1 slots. Ooh, don't mind if I do.
Oh yeah, got no decoration.
Oh my god. Just 510 heals.
Now
Thank
you
you
can
for
put
the
on the new profile banner so they can show off that you've done this hunt.
Nah, never change. I don't know how to do it. I'm never gonna do it now.
How do I even check my own guild card?
I don't know.
Hunter profile.
Ooh, too many games to play and you're constantly distracted.
It sounds
I
like.
feel it. I feel it.
Mhm. Mhm.
Hey Star, how's Stories 3 going?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, I have the Vol one, of course. What?
Ah, polygons!
Solo's afraid of polygons, got it.
No, because it's polygon boobies. It's horrifying.
Why I use the most hunting horn? Ooh, wow. I'm surprised.
Wow. Polygon boobies! Guys, we're going back to PlayStation 1 era. Let's go! Woo! Get roused!
Change background?
I had customer? We did win! Yeah, we won, Roxas.
How bad is my potion supply now? Oh god, it's obliterated by that.
I don't think my hammer did good there. Like I can't even reach his head.
Yeah,
It helps.
Yeah, you were behind me.
Yeah, so
I mean,
Not by
You
much,
knocked
but only by
down-
like 6,000.
No matter what, you knocked down Gog at the end, so that counts for something at least. I've just been sitting here hammering heals into people the moment they take damage.
Should I play bow so that I get one shot?
More important question, how many
Maybe swag.
sushi fish? I need to know how to farm sushi fish, cause my supply is just dying.
Isn't it
Sushi
just
fish?
yeah? Isn't it
Sushi
just
fish?
planes in plenty and just shoot your net a lot?
Yeah. Can't you just go to like the underground tunnel thingy and just go fish there? It's like several spots.
I'm not sure really. I've mostly just been using the Grand Hub spot in between hunts to restock. It helps, but one Gog hunt rolls around, and all of a sudden I'm scrambling for more sushi fish scales.
This is my first time opening the ammo patch. Oh my god.
Actually, how many sushi fish skills do I have?
I bet you we can trade sushi fish. We can give sushi fish to other people. Trading
Oh, I have 25
inventory.
grapes and 300 normals. Don't even use them.
The reason I use sushi fish scales is because they're an in-between of megas and normal potions. However, they work as fast as a pill, which means they can pick somebody up very quickly.
Why do radial?
It saved a few Gog hunts, it saved a few Omega hunts, because by the time a potion would have healed that much, the next hit would have pummeled them already.
Wanna play Sweet Checks?
I don't understand how to do this. I'm just trying to have my heals and stuff. It don't make no sense. I don't know how to do radio menus. Customize radio menu. Oh, I'm stupid. Wait, what?
Oh gosh, the festivals are so stingy with their rocks. I played for so long, I got 2 rocks out of them.
Rocks?
Yeah, it wasn't. It was Ori Kaokite, I think. Yeah, Ori Kaokite
Oh.
2.
Oh, you can go and melt for them. You can go and smelt for them now
Yeah, I need the...
But still,
using the 9-star, 10-star. Oh, sorry, using the 10-star like emblems and stuff.
they're so stingy.
No.
It's a festival.
And that finally... That.
Oh, and Charge Blade. Oh, Charge can block. Maybe I should play Charge Blade. I'm so indecisive.
But you didn't like the what they did with the charge blade in this game.
I mean, I started liking Charge Blade because I was playing Charge Blade in Generation Ultimate, and I was like, ooh, cool.
Can I have 3 more?
What decoration should I get for Charge Blade? A Guardian.
There.
Do we fight more Arkveld?
we fighting?
Because I still want the Arch Temper ticket thing.
Oh,
I want
we can
that
do
thing.
that.
What if Jameson don't run White Range?
Yeah, I was gonna swap off of that because.
Yeah. I could hear more fa. It should be fine. Because I'm playing Charge Blade. I need to see how much I played Charge Blade.
Ooh, the Dark Knight set. Ooh, what's the Dark Knight
That's
set?
Omega.
Omega. It's from Omega.
That sounds
It's a
itchy.
Kobo kitty. Guys, I'm in the game. It's crazy.
I'm waiting for Salo to come back to the guild hub.
What? I am in the guild hub.
So that oh, I
It's hiding in my tent.
Ow. What does he get traumatized by whatever fuck I'm wearing?
What's everyone's favorite monster so far? Malsino.
God damn it. This is not even in the game.
For the whole series,
Malsino.
Valstrax.
Valstrax.
Not cheating. You can overlap. One has to change.
Thank you.
Okay, fine then. Crimson Glow Valstrax.
Oh my god.
Okay, no. Okay.
If I have to change, I'll go with my second Nargacuga.
Makes one particular person not trust you? Why not? What does it do?
Luca.
Basically, you sacrifice health in order to gain a barrier that gives you a damage buff.
It's cool.
Yeah.
That's so hot.
Thank you, Star.
I mean, that is a Dark Knight in Final Fantasy in a nutshell. They have to be hurt.
Alright, I'm ready to die. I'm ready to win.
My instinct is to hammer a heal in somebody's face the moment they drop to magic pixel levels of health. That thing is all magic pixel.
Well, Star, if you ever play with me, and just me, just know, I'll trust you. I'll be like, hey, you good? And then at some point, I'll just be like, nah, you're fine. You got hit on purpose. I know you did. You stood there.
The proper mindset.
Yeah, I'm not gonna heal you. Screw that.
Yeah,
You're your own
there's no
hunter.
need healing. It's fine. Like we're all hunters. Like we're all strong as heck.
I need healing. Why are you naked?
Who's naked?
Why are you naked? Why are you naked?
In my family-friendly stream? Wow.
What are we hunting, by the way?
We're
ATR belt
hunting.
again.
Yeah. I still need the ticket.
Huda? Oh, the right guy. Okay, so ticket. I think it's here we go. All right, guys, free food. Woo!
Mine.
Kunafa.
I'm eating cheese.
That's cheesy.
Shadow!
Are there any defensive options when I'm in X mode?
pouch to send the rest of your item box. What?
I think axe can offset and sword has a dodge, I think.
Oh, so the barrier also sets your HP to 1? Okay, that explains it. Oh, but lifesteal though, so it's fine. Diva!
Are you doing?
The barrier halves the health. If you reach the threshold of knockbacks, you will then get set to 1 health and do a counter attack, and then gain a lifesteal buff.
Chicken flipping.
Gun.
Where's Narix?
It's a rotisserie chicken.
Look at that, right? It'll be done soon.
I need to get my Jindahan stuff done at some point. But I need gems and tickets.
I'll
get it done. He's an easy fight.
AT Jin or a normal Jin?
AT gem.
Oh, we could fight that.
AT Jin I could help with.
Yeah, we can fight that
Well,
next one.
I'm just saying, he's a joke.
Too easy?
He's a baby doodle.
If it's too easy, I can play light bow gun and sabotage a little bit, I guess.
I mean, the thing is that it's like he's one of the only ones that I feel very confident. Like I can just head empty. Like, all right, whatever. Now, if it was like Gormagala, it's Gormagala. I can't even beat the 9-star story one. Struggling. Also, why do I keep hearing chicken tenders?
Hey, yo.
That's what Kira has.
Is it
for her- for
just
her
at
music.
camp?
Yeah. What's chicken tenders?
As soon as I spawn in, I just hear chicken tenders, and now with the fries.
Oh, chicken tenders. Yeah, I have my cam set to that music.
Oh my god.
I love chicken tenders. It tastes good.
I was like, where is this coming from? I was so confused.
That's the tent. Is it tent music?
I didn't know you could even have tent music.
Yeah, you
My
can.
current one is
Chicken tenders.
I don't remember.
Ui, why double rolls here?
Now we'll dip it.
Now misread that.
Okay, I got this.
Alright, I think I know how to play Calculator. Okay. Wait, no. Why am I doing SAED? That's not even SAED. That's.
Ow! You're not supposed to stare at me already.
I haven't even touched this thing yet.
Ow! Wait for the air.
Wait, there's 2 different charges? Oh my god, my brain is broken.
Maple! Hi, Maple!
Going for the tail.
I'll be fine. Don't worry. And before you hear the fa.
Oh, okay.
Why the turtle?
I don't know.
Why do they hate each other so much?
What? Not the wind pressure. His aura, it's too strong. It's a time.
Uh-oh, still out.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, that's not.
Nerd. No! I want that wound. I think he has a wound. Never mind.
Wound on
I'll
left
strip him.
chain blade. His left. Pop. Wait.
What do you mean I didn't roll through that?
You've been lied to.
How many times?
You know what second since he did that full combo?
Oh right, it's pizza cutter. I forgot.
Okay.
Pizza!
Early.
Okay. Okay.
I'll be fine.
Oh, my internet, no! Please, no!
Something's happening?
I might be dying.
Oh no. It's okay. I'm not hearing far. You're fine.
No, I mean, like, I might just disappear.
Oh no. I don't know how, but I'm somehow
Pack
surviving.
buff, go.
Ah!
Oh, that Anjanath is
Oh.
having a headache.
I got him.
Weird looking saber you've got
Yeah,
there.
I'm getting
That's
little
an
stutter
amazing
frames.
quote.
Sorry?
The quote for your mouth, Derek. Weird looking saber
Yeah.
you've got there. That's an amazing one.
Pinning it down. Pizza cutter.
Up. Should get the tail. Maybe. No. No.
Going
Alright.
for stun. He should be stunned on the next blunt hit.
I believe.
Ow.
Come on, I just need to hit him.
What do you mean that was early?
I can't get his head.
Oh, did I not get...
Ow.
I did not get steadfast. Oh my god, I'm dum-dum.
Ow. Oh no, I'm so dead.
Ah.
The explosion stopped just
Okay, I
short
got
of
a stun.
me.
No, this is
Ah.
a proper Monster
I
Hunter experience.
should be dead.
Fah.
Ow. Rude.
Well,
I'm out of sync with his attack.
what do you trap? It's a fall trap.
Is it because of like
Thunderbugs on him.
lag? My brain is still trying to like register how to play Judgment.
Oh yeah. How's he not in it? Ah!
Ooh.
There you go, now he's in it.
F chain.
Got it.
Hold on, chat. Okay, so Quater gave you a loadout, but you need to hunt Arch-Tempered Jin for it? Ooh, for what weapon? Gosh, the boots for luck. So true.
Buff. Buff.
I have a shock down for later.
I should be dead.
Oh, that was a blue knockdown. Nice.
Hell. How many Hellbreakers is this thing gonna eat?
All of them.
Oh my god, it's the second one. I've been lied to.
Haha, idiot.
Get him.
Well, that's all the support I can give.
Come on.
Oh,
That
there we go.
really? You knocked him out right now. Just gonna do the Hellbreaker. Dang it.
I didn't know. I just saw
You're
my
good.
patch.
I just found it hilarious. It's like right as I was winding up with a Hellbreaker. You could not have timed that any more perfect.
Oh, he does get bigger.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, his tail just grew.
Oh. I actually didn't know.
Yeah, just watch it just elongate. Now I understand the meme.
Ow.
It's like, wow, a tempered art fell. He
Whoa.
can't possibly get any bigger, right? And then elongate tail. Long dong. He's got a wound somewhere, I see
Tail
it.
elongates after sucking, okay?
Yeah, got that milk, got that long dong.
What's happening? What can I move? Oh, I'm stunned.
Oh, his left wing. It's like on his hand.
It healed.
No. So close.
Take that time. Ah. Come on.
I'm stuck in his huevos.
Ow. Oh.
His face,
Oh,
face,
thank
face,
you.
face.
Doing it.
What? Moving, moving, moving. All right.
Alright,
Long
the
Dong
tail.
Silver. I've stolen your cake. Now you can't sit. Baka 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 boy. Hi, welcome on in. Also, Bam! Welcome, welcome.
Damn.
Ooh. I have
You
no
guys
idea
got
what I'm doing.
gems? What the hell? What the hell you say?
What
I
the
jumped
hell?
Fighting again!
How come I didn't get the shiny?
Yeah, I'm just letting them fight. Rock, rock. Thank you.
Nice. Who?
Trying to hold him on with a wound. He has a white patch on his right arm. Right wing arm. So patch soon on right arm.
Yep, it's a bullet now.
Yep. I'll let you handle it. What?
One more?
Oh, like, fuck, you were aiming for me!
Oh no! Ah.
I thought he was aiming for someone else, and then he just 180s around to me. Through the man.
Yeah, his wound on his blade arm just healed. Stop it. Ah! Running. Got mantle?
Oh, I could grab.
Nope.
Even getting grabbed. There's a far. I thought someone died.
He knocked me down to the bottom.
Oh no! I jumped down to the bottom.
Perhaps that was the safe thing because he was doing the giant explosion just then.
I can take it though.
I
Give me some
assumed that
thorn
was.
grass.
I assumed that was aiming for me. Run to the side to dodge, and it turns out I ran into the attack that.
Ah! He's got a thorn grass on his face, and I think his gooch.
Ow.
I don't know where I put the second one. Bah!
Oh, there wasn't a block.
No! No more
Wait.
dying!
Wait, no, wait. Doesn't
It's skulls.
changing from X to sword is the block, no?
Stop to X.
No, it's the right trigger. R2.
Stop to X is a block. X to sword only blocks the end of the animation when the shield's in front.
Oh fuck! It's at the end. I thought it's at the start.
No, it's not.
No.
At the
It's not
start
like sword and
was,
shield.
At the start was
Sword to
Savage
X, right?
Morph.
Oh.
No, Savage X Morph.
It's safe.
Capucha!
Down to
I
one.
got kicked out of my tent. Oh, we capture it?
Yeah.
Down
I
to
didn't
one.
know you could
Playing it
capture it.
safe.
Oh, you can capture it.
Arcfeld is chewable. I didn't know Arch Temper could be captured.
Yeah, I didn't know
Free
that. Too.
challenge is to slay.
Star, you chew on everything, including me.
Chew.
Is Star a dragon?
No, Jeffy.
There are a lot of things. You're a very good player. Nothing for me.
Guys, I got a legendary item.
Whoa.
A full bladder. Be right back. Gotta pee.
Okay.
My windscreen this time inside the tent. Mm. And then when it wants, it just kicks me out of the tent. It's like, hi, why you in tent, stupid? Oh, hi, Star. Speaking of,
Hello, Star.
and also hi, Backgamer.
Hello, and
Hey,
welcome.
thank you. Okay, never again, charge plate, never again. we bully. Hey, Brian. Assisting in more places than one? Wow. That's an amazing multitasking. It's hard for me to like interact with multiple streams at once, so I can definitely
Oh, do
understand.
Udra Darix?
It's for the bounty.
Hmm.
I'm going back to my... No. Do I play Hunting Horn? It's been a while. It's time to do the do. Alright, let's do. What are we fighting?
OOT grade. Dude.
Oh, we're fighting tentacle monster? Hmm. Wait, doesn't Salo want to fight AT Jin?
The hut, yeah?
Salo's taking a bathroom break right now.
Oh, I didn't get what he was saying.
Yep. And I roughly quote, I got a legendary item. Need to go to the bathroom or something. I don't know. I forget what the exact quote is, but
Alright.
Blah 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 blah.
Drag Jensen to Omega. He loves to fight. I know, right? I know Jameson loves
Chewy.
Omega planets, especially the savage one. Mmm.
No! No!
Tasty.
No, 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 no,
Tasty
no, no,
healer. Tasty healer. Tasty healer.
Savage.
Really not like it? What's so bad about it?
Omega just
Cheeto!
something bad for me.
Thank you, Belle. Ooh.
Right,
Yellow. It's a mango.
I'm gonna join the
It's something for you.
quest and get free items. Hmm.
Alright.
It's kind of funny how Omega Planets is the monster that makes me hate the game so much.
You know, Omega is the the monster that made a lot of people come back to the game, right?
I don't know.
And Gokmazios made a lot of people quit the game again.
Gomazios brought me back.
You were literally the opposite of everybody.
Oh my god. I mean, Omega Planets is...
It's got Savage is like, sorry, not Savage, but like Omega is relatively fair in terms of visual indicators. Meanwhile, Gokmazios is all over the place.
But then it's like...
don't really like it.
Fat.
Omega Planets is like fucking destroys the entire core of the game.
I mean, yeah, it's also not really Monster Hunter. Yeah,
So did
true.
Behemoth.
No,
I would
but
say
Behemoth was
Omega is more fair than
Behemoth was
Behemoth.
Behemoth... Behemoth not as
There is
much, I
there
feel
is
like.
something to say about when you do a high rank behemoth, like not even the extremoth, right? Just a normal behemoth, and you still have a hard time even in like Fatality's gear. There's something saying about that.
More fair CPS check.
You don't get
Yeah, I
you don't get
will-
that kind of issue with Omega at all.
It's not about the
I'm
DPS check, it's
trying.
more like the fight is like Omega Planets moves all over the place while attacking. There's no whiff punishing. There's no like they whiff a move and I can safely hit them. It's more like, oh,
feel
I
like the
whiff a
whiff
move,
punish-
I just move around. Oh, you want to chase me? Okay, I stomp on you in one frame. It's like, okay, yeah,
I
Cough,
feel
fair.
like the
cough,
whiff
cough,
punishing-
cough, sword and shield, cough, cough.
Yeah, I was like,
Just triangle dance with them. Just bap, 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 bap. They move, triangle dance towards them.
and then to me it's like I use sword and shield and I just use R2 all. I use R2 all for the entire fight. It's like, you hit me, I block and hit at the same time.
I feel like Capcom's gone from whiff punishing, high up here now, whiff punishing to like countering instead.
Yeah, but they nailed the RT arc belt, AT arc belt. there is like proper. Oh shit!
Ah.
I landed a hit.
Woo, 21 damage. Let's go.
Yo, I landed a hit.
That was the final one.
Did I too? Oh my god! I killed it. You guys did nothing. Here,
Jab the weak spot.
I'm gonna pick up L.
Jesus. What? You didn't cut off all the tentacles? Failed hunt. Failed hunt. Not a true hunt. Failed hunt.
Not my fault. I'm using bonk. Shift blame. It's not me.
I joined halfway through.
It's Narix's fault then.
What?
You didn't cut off all the tentacles. How
I
are
can't
now
hear
we're
you
gonna
over-
starve.
I can't hear you over the fact that I do true damage.
Now we're gonna starve. We're gonna starve.
What the fuck? It's only 4 minutes. Literal
Yeah, this was,
bully.
This was a launch investigation I saved when the game launched.
Oh, check.
Yeah.
Hey, at least I got support
This
all
is one of my
star.
last ones.
What the fuck? How?
I don't know.
Because
I
she's
can-
the only one who did any supporting.
She literally just showed up.
I wasn't. I'll take it. New favorite monster in the Monster Hunter series that is only in Monster Hunter Stories 2. Aha. Fatal Altura fan, I assume.
Altura.
Altura, yeah, we love Altura.
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 Sounds like we're just all around a campfire, just putting our hands up, just Altura, Altura,
Every time,
Altura.
every time I hear Altura, I just think of vomit. That's literally what Chinese.
Altura.
O2 is vomit in Chinese.
Oh no!
Altura is oh shit.
I guess Altura is more memorable than compared to Makalai Pietru.
Who's Akarapeku?
Cause I'm tight.
Pietru? Yeah, that's Stories 1.
Oh, I never played one. Oops. Alright, I'm gonna up it. It's so hard to talk. 80 Jin.
ATG?
Jin?
80 Jin.
Jin?
Oh,
Jin
let me
Kazama.
at him.
Give me the fire weapons. Let's go.
What? Dragon element all the way, no?
AT Jin is actually weaker to fire than dragon.
No,
Yeah, it's fire.
but dragon's cool.
I think it's fire lightning, right?
Fire Dragon.
Ayo?
Let me
Dragon?
Yeah.
check.
Fire Dragon.
Fire
But he's also
lightning.
not very weak against fire. It's only on like the plates.
Yeah, if you want the plates. Otherwise, just like lightning the hell out of them.
There's a weapon I wish to bring back to base Monster Hunter. Is it Magnet Spike or Tonfa? I want to bring Tonfa back. I'm fucking sick
No,
of
no,
it.
I'm sure someone out there wants the medium bowgun back.
I want fisties.
Yeah,
Wilderness
Tonfa.
Solo. Hi, General.
Magnet Spike.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
That's right.
fair. The Magnet Spike is cool, but Tonfa though. Oh,
Someone
Little
out there
fist of
wants. Yeah, I'm sure someone out there wants.
who wants
medium bowgun back.
medium bowgun? You have heavy bowgun. Use it.
It was goaded. What do you mean?
Okay, fine. It's alright. It's alright. XLX. Ooh, goaded choice. I haven't really used XLX, but I've seen some gameplay of XLX. It's like, wow. I'm a fellow Frontier enjoyer though, so
Hello there.
hey, who's not joining? Where's the other dragon? Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's a
eat- I'm gonna
mobile
eat.
game only thing. It's weird, but it looks super cool though.
It's been a while since I've done AT Jin. I think I'm
It's
still on the
easy.
Yeah, it's easy. You just
Am I still on the leaderboard for it? I'm gonna check quickly.
Well, just as kobolds, I suppose.
all right.
Yeah, I'm still
Definitely.
on it. Hang on. I'm joining
Oh,
back. I
no.
can't check the rankings while I'm in the party.
No, you
Boo!
left. You
Skill
left.
issue. Boo!
The
Boo!
cobots are
try it now,
crying now.
then.
The cobots are crying. It's too late to take it back. No, take backsies.
Nibble, 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 nibble.
I can
Come here. Come here.
Can a dragon leave the kobolds alone for 1 second? What?
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna. The song of chicken tenders got in your head. No,
Chicken tenders. Oh my god! I need to go to. Let's go to my tent.
I'm going to YouTube.
Dar, please no.
Go to my
No,
tent.
no, no, no,
Do,
no,
do,
no,
do,
no,
do,
no,
do,
no,
do.
no.
Chicken tent. Where's my chicken? Oh, there it is. Chicken tenders. What other new weapons could be made for the series? Throw me the avily at the dragon. I'll bite. Let me bite the dragon.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on. I'm gonna throw this.
Oh, I can't change my
renegade.
tent music because it's your tent music.
Heck
no,
yeah! Chicken
Guys.
tender.
Guys, I'm gonna play the Wizard lyrics on stream. You guys better be ready. Oh no! Here we go. Here we go.
Is it the most recent one? That
The
Ooh, Sam, I want to look at
I
it.
don't think so. This was from 7 years ago.
Okay, so it's the other one. Wait, let me link you the
I
Yeah.
don't think this is it.
Is it chicken tenders?
I don't know.
Oh, it says drifting
These
tender.
chicken tenders. I'm ready to fry.
Ready to fry.
Prepare for your zipper. Over your thigh. What? The salt together.
I thought the music's supposed to hype us up. I'm hungry now.
Delicious chicken. I'm ready to try. Fucking Christ. Wait, with their one dick wonders, I'm out. I gotta leave.
There's a one big wonder?
Oh yeah, the escape parody, that's what it's called.
My brain is entirely chicken tenders. Both the word, the song, and the food. I want it.
Oh my god. It's just so stupid. It's just chicken tenders.
Go check your Discord.
Okay.
I got it. Here we go. Thank you. I'm gonna pump it. Hold on. 100%. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. I gotta show you guys so that we can actually see the lyrics. Hold on. With a memento, por favor. Where's my window capture? Here we go. What do you feel at that song already was promoting KFC? Maybe. Here we go.
And pull up your stream. That's why my PC don't explode. Ooh.
Let's go! Guys, it's technically Monster Hunter. It's great. They have a chocobo?
Yeah,
Didn't
you have.
know that?
What is this? So dumb. They just made their own song.
My PC's getting fried. Wait, it's loading.
Oh my lord. Lava Monkey! Guess who's down? A big toe? Oh my gosh, but it's still alive? This guy! So glad to be here watching your favorite kobold. You lost a toe? No!
Who?
Longwood Geek. They've been going through like a whole lot of health things, but they had to lose their big toe in order to stay alive. Why the toe? Explain to me medically. What does that mean?
Probably an infection that turned too bad, so they had to cut it off. Probably.
But this is the big toe. How does you have to use your big toe to walk? You're reporting from your hospital bed? Oh, it had a wound that wouldn't heal and went bad. Okay, so it necrotized. Got it. That makes sense.
Yep.
Oh. How did it get wounded in the first place?
Isn't it like diabetes thing?
I don't know. Chicken tender. So dumb. Salva's big toe? No, I'm not a big toe.
You could be though.
This is a funny song. How many buffs do they have? What the fuck?
That's normal.
Not for me.
Oh. Well,
That's
it's
a
a hunting
normal hunting
horn.
horn.
Yeah, it's a hunting horn.
Oh,
and then,
fair.
and
Okay, then that's fair then.
Two seeds, two powder, two
My browser finally moved.
Can
Wow.
I say that word?
What
Two
word?
buffs and then like hot drink. Yeah, it's normal.
Now it's stuck in your head. Good. Oh, okay. So you can walk pretty well, which is good. Just have to heal. Burned by your MacBook Pro. Got a blister? Oh,
my
that was like
God.
6 or so months ago.
Burned
Why
by
don't you
a
just have
MacBook
it?
Pro?
You just had your MacBook Pro just like just sitting on your toe and just wait. Or was it like a hot battery situation?
Wait. There will be two Sano. Oh, hi, Peter.
Chicken tender! Come ready with fries! Chicken tender! Stupid bum bum chicken, I swear to God. Fucking spider here! Stupid bum bum chicken, I swear to God.
Then two Sano is funny.
What? No.
I'm hearing your stream and I'm hearing you here.
Oh my gosh. How long is this song? My lord.
I think it's the whatever.
Okay,
the
it's about to
YouTube
end.
version
It's
gives.
okay. It's I'm tight. Oh my god.
I love how my browser is like constantly dying. I love how my browser is like constantly dying.
What a thing. All right, guys. So this is my last stream ever. I'm getting DFCA. What a thing. All right, guys. So this is my last stream ever. Anyway, that's all right. I think that's enough. Wow, is that a tour of Kobo? I can't believe it. Watching my stream, watching your stream, and watching your stream.
Whoa! Whoa.
Crazy. Wow,
Alright,
it's crazy.
I need to close the thing. The browser is
Oh,
killing
no,
my PC.
Screenception. Why are you bonking the Tira, Salo?
Oh, fair.
I cannot believe it. I'm getting bonked. Wow. They caught you when I'm not at work. Ooh.
Counterattack.
I gotta close this. It's killing me.
Get counterattacked.
All right, Glockin, we gotta go. At the foot of this operation, there's a Salo. Salo's the big toe. It keeps everything in balance. I'll keep you in balance.
A Kobo keeping balance?
Oh, you have neuropathy. Oh, yeah, that's right. You have neuropathy in your feet, so you didn't feel it. Sitting cross-legged. The whole bottom of the MacBook Pro is a heatsink. Oh, as well as being aluminum.
I need to listen to a chicken tender
Come
later.
here, big boy.
And to be on a desk, not on a lap, as you've learned? Yeah! God. Gosh. Where's my... I don't know what weapon I have out. Hold on. Where's my weapon? Where's my stats?
Like, ow.
You have a Swan Shield out.
Oh yeah, but
Ow.
they both look the same. I don't know if it's dragon or fire. Equipment info. Okay.
I think I was laughing too hard. I can't focus.
Fine.
Attack up.
Ow.
Oh my god, I have Melody of Life. Wait, can I cancel Melody of Life? Too late.
I'm gonna try to focus his back left leg for my knockdown.
I'll try to spam heal as much as I can. Ow!
Ow, how did that...
I'll be fine, I think.
Sweet.
Aha, I'm on the ground. OP. It's fine.
All right. I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna try to wound for tail. Oh, we have long swords. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, wound is up for tail. Wound is up for back.
Okay, I'm just aiming for his body now because every time I've tried to aim for his right leg, he just danced away. Rude.
Yeah.
Rude Jin.
Moving, moving. Don't forget your hot bug. Like me.
Delicious bug.
Oh my gosh, is that a dragon mom? Oh my gosh. Guys, we have a dragon mom.
Dragon Mom? Oh my god.
I know. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Wait, am I? Oh shit. I've been showing your stream, not mine. Wow, awkward.
Yo,
awkward,
double stream?
awkward.
Co-stream?
Oh my god.
It's fine.
What a fool I am. Wow, guys, I look so cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Longwood.
You're so
I'm
cool
like, wait,
promoting my stream. Oh my god. Thank
oh my
you.
gosh, I'm promoting the stream.
Yeah, I'm so
How's the
so
hunt
happy.
going? Hi, girl. Hi, mom. Everything's going good. We've been successful on all of our hunts, fighting level 10s and with level 10 Gogma and the arc belts and the stuff. Ugh. Better moisten them joints and like gosh. You doing some hunting too? What are you planning on hunting? Thank you for the water. Huh.
Let's go further back away from the rocks.
Can I doot my horn? I want to doot my horn. Yay, I dooted my horn.
I want to doot my horns and have it too.
Doot.
Give me that spine. Ha! If only I could split you in half.
Oh.
Oh no. Ah!
I'll heal. Or not.
It's going well for
Gosh.
everyone.
Oh.
I see. Ow, 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 ow.
I'll be fine. Melody of Life. Don't doot.
Squish!
What am I dooting?
Going well for everyone, I see.
That's what he said? Oh! The thingies! Ah! Alright, that's the spine done.
Ooh.
The lower back spine. Sweet!
I survived.
His head and his tail.
No, the spine's not.
Well, no, the main spine we can't do yet until the head's gone.
No, okay, now it just broke.
Like these, they get blind.
Fat Tuna King! Boka boka boka! Oh, you're doing some chill, easy hunts at the moment? Fair, fair. He's got a wound on his neck.
And
neck spine.
Right arm, I think? Yeah.
I'm freezing! Yeah!
You're fine. I believe it's a double flop.
Somehow still alive. My internet's dying. Fat Tuna King, welcome on in. How was your hunt, baby boy? Oh my gosh. Were you hunting with mom? Penis Rebel. They call me D's. These tube in the piece. Look into my eyes. Now I'll have you mesmerized. I'm failing.
No, you look fine. You look fine.
Oh, guys, we forgot to drop the rock. We're failing.
No, we can drop the rock now.
It won't do anything. 0 damage.
There,
Yeah.
I dropped it.
Did it for the swag. Swagalini. I can try to go for another mount. Actually,
That would be nice.
yeah.
I need to reapply the attack of air.
He's
how
got
did
a
that hit?
wound on his tail butt. It's gonna be open soon.
Oh,
Nice, nice. Tail bleep
Nice,
broken.
Eric.
that's the CCTV. I didn't know Jin has a CCTV.
I know. Huh? You was listening to VRC when someone heard the chicken nugget song you played? And I embarrassed you?
Oh,
It's funny
knocked out.
though.
Hell yeah,
That's not my fault.
Don't mess with hunting horn.
How's longsword scaling on wound popping?
I have zero clue.
What do you mean?
Like, is it actually viable?
I guess
do you
someone will still do damage. Should be fine.
Because I know for Sword and Shield it's not that great.
Oh, like what benefits do they get?
Well, not just benefits, but like damage, like. Because I don't want to pop his tail. It's like literally on his gooch tail.
Oh, just do it.
I think it should be fine.
I'm pretty sure it's the same for all weapons. Rock right here.
Undo.
Yeah, it's a percentage of the health. With
percentage
your
of
own, with your own like weapon, yeah, damage.
Yeah, but don't you guys get like spirit for it?
No.
He gets
Yep.
what level?
Yeah, so I'm saving it for you guys.
Oh, buddy.
Up.
I'll try to go for more knockouts.
I think it's his actual main spine. Yeah, his main spine's
Actual main
open.
spine, yeah.
Okay, we can hit the back leg, I think. Oh, fuck. Never mind. I can't remember which one was the first one we dropped.
I got beat that.
I got heals.
Let's see, I think it's... I want to say it's the...
Ow,
Because
wait.
he just fell to the left. So, yeah, front right leg. If you want another chance at it. Sweep.
I'm bonking.
What's he doing? He's moving?
Running
Going
already.
away? Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's moving, he's moving. Yeah, yeah. That means we're at 40% left.
I didn't
That's okay,
do
you
shit.
have enough to cast tomorrow.
I'm just doing the doing.
This is the fastest AT Jin I've had, period.
Yeah, we're already going down pre 10 minutes.
It's
Is
it's
it-
not my fastest.
Is it pre-10?
You're,
Oh my god, you're right.
you're
We are
serious.
currently about to hit 10 minutes, yes.
I mean, I never really found AT Jin, so I don't know.
I mean, for me, at the very least, whenever I'm solo, it takes me about like 18 to 20 minutes to kill him. I'm so slow.
I'm always very slow as well. Usually it takes me like 25 to 30 minutes to kill one monster. I
That's
like
also because I'm like trying to like get all the parts and stuff.
Yeah.
And tail. I can't hit that.
Okay, we're done. No more Novas.
Nice. Now we just need to cut
tail and rear left blade.
I think he's got a wound on his tail. I think I just opened up.
I'm not popping the wound.
Whoa.
Ow. Get up. Gotta please.
Ooh. I'm cheating. I'm healing while on the ground. I got you.
Charge!
Got the tail.
Nice.
Nice. Hey, Fang! Hello! Thank you so much for the 7 months of being a merchant. Did you buy anything good at the store?
Out temporarily. Yep.
Alright, yeah, it's just kill now. That's everything, I think. Blue on his stomach.
Left rear leg.
Oh, there's a wound. Let me try. I missed. Do it again.
Yeah, because I like, at least for me, like, with Sword and Shield, like, you don't get, like, the cutscene, esque, you know, damage. So that's why I was wondering about, like, Longsword. Because we just drop, and that's it. That's not really damage. I got a back right leg wound.
You can go into the sky.
Popping that.
The front shoe.
Yeah, but if he moves because of, like, recoil, then it's not consistent.
Yep.
And it depends on where I'm at.
He's having a miserable day. 80.
What thing?
He should be dead.
Close.
I'm just piling on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, let's say, he should be dead.
Holy shit.
2 long swords just going back to back to back, just like he can't stand up. Like he's dead. he's just dead.
He's just dead.
I can't get the tail. Ah, this fucking.
What happened?
The pod was in the way.
There's just a pod and then another pod. I got 3 pods on the tail. Like I was just trying to throw them off to the side. Jemmy?
Yo.
Jemmy, please, Jemmy.
Oh, I didn't get it.
Wah!
Oh,
I
dude.
have one with a guaranteed gem. I need to check.
Dude.
Hey, this is my book. Stop that. Oh, okay, fine. You just want attention.
What secret
I got
tonight?
gem.
No gem.
No TM.
I got a gem.
I'll lick you for it. So, do you need any materials from Guardian, Fulgar, and Janath? Negative. I do not need anything from him. I did when I was first starting out because of the build.
Blue?
The build I was trying to do. When I was playing a charge blade, but not anymore. Thought he'd check. That's fair. I know.
Oh, I don't have any.
I
don't have any.
Traitor.
I don't have any gins with gems, sadly.
I like the.
Yeah, the only thing I need is Jin gems, and then Gore Magala gems.
Oh god.
And after that, it's just fight Gogmazios until the end of time.
Oh, you wanna fight Gogmazios?
Sorry, I'm already slightly allergic to Mazios.
Well,
Now
all
he's
right,
getting
guys,
solo.
let's go gambling. I do have Lord's Soul and Arkveld's Hunger on my Dragon Sword, but I need. Actually, at this point, maybe I should get a good baseline for building my new weapons because I need to reroll.
I like the two.
I need to reroll my fire one. My fire, my lightning, I need to reroll both. So time to make some new ones. Yay! Woo!
I haven't invested that deeply in the Gogmazio system, to be honest. It's like, if it happens, it happens. If not, whatever.
It's the only thing I have left. other than like charm decoration stuff. So here's how you build an SNS sword. You take all the attack infusions, right? That's how you start it off. Okay, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna go and you're going to upgrade it. And when you're upgrading it, apparently what you're supposed to do is not attack for the raw attack. Instead, what you want to do is you want to go for the element focus. Don't ask me why, but that's what they want you to do. So here we go. Ha! Fuck. Okay. And I need to make a lightning one, I think. Yeah, I need to make a lightning one.
I have zero
I don't know
clue
what
on
to
how
go
to
with this
build.
Real quick.
I don't know what to go for with longsword, to be honest.
For
you go
longsword, I heard it's better to
for-
go rare. Rare, raw.
You go
Okay.
for you go for attack focus. You attack focus gore soul. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Although there is some there's an argument to be made for ebony soul.
Yeah, soloing him is a little bit of a chore. Are you using the right element? They want you to do it with 3 element to 1 boost. Oh, yeah, they want you to do it with 3 element, 1 to boost the fire, lightning, water, etc. damage. Especially since Sword and Shield is a multi-hit, fast-hitting weapon, like, you're gonna get more out of it over the course of a hunt. As long as you're hitting elemental areas. If you're just hitting, like, you know, places that don't really do much, you're gonna be missing out anyway, but, you know, the difference is, like, tiny little percent. So if you're just trying to squeeze out every little last bit of damage that you can, you have to do the element focus for the Gogmazia thingy. It's very niche. Like, you don't have to. Like, you could definitely do attack focus if you really wanted to. But that's really only helpful for specific monsters that don't have a lot of elemental hit spots. In which case, you know, I mean, raw is raw. It's gonna work on anything regardless. But if you're trying to be like, this monster has elemental weak spots that are really, really bad. Yeah, I mean, any element weapon will just beat the heck out of it. Using the
Unless there are
recommended
gunlines.
element? Oh, you need the parts to make a better weapon. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, Dakyo, what weapon do you use?
I have zero clue on builds. I just sort of.
Are you kidding me? I don't want to do this anymore. Gogmocalypse. Oh, great. Oh, my lightning
Gogmocalypse.
sword. Dual blades for mobility. Okay, okay. Really fun.
I just like the dragon element. I'm not really like.
I mean, dragon is pretty strong in this one. It's not like in World where ice was the king of everything. Now it's dragon in here. This dragon just works.
I guess I got lucky because every game I just like, oh, dragon element, okay, forever. Because I like dragons, I don't care about elements.
Forever.
I just bonk until they're dead. That's my game plan.
Exactly. You look at them and you just go, "Fah!"
Fa! Ooh, we didn't hear any Fa just now. That poor Jin, AT Jin getting bullied.
I get rid of this. I'm gonna hate myself for it, but gotta get rid of it. All right, and then change to which one is it? It's this one. Yeah. I'm gonna hate my life for this.
I'm gonna test out an experimental build on an 8-star Jin that just popped up on my map.
Yeah, beat the heck out of it.
What is this gun lens?
Oh, the Gog mount. Yeah, it looks so weird, right?
It is weird.
That is. It's just a cannon.
Yeah, it's just a big old cannon.
Like an arquebus almost.
minus 5%
Oh, fuck.
affinity.
I don't know which one it is. Fuck! Okay. So I want... Oh, I'm stupid. This is a Razor Sharp Dragon, and I'm already full on Dragon, so I need Razor Sharp to be something else.
Alright, beating
Do I
the
even
shit
have
out of a
another?
tempered gin.
I think I do. I need more Razor Sharp jewels, which means I need to go weapon jewel farming. Yeah! Oh, yeah, I love it. I love it.
I think I have some HUDs that are weapon jewel focused. Maybe. I can't remember.
Maybe.
Hello, Genie boy.
Oh, Genie boy.
Do I even...
Oh wait, I'm stupid. No, I don't need Razor Sharp. What is wrong with me? I have Mastery. It's gonna take care of everything. Dumb. I need the dark blue one. Shield and Handicraft. There you go. Because Guard Up is my baby. Is you ain't my baby.
Hey,
Found somebody new. About a day, Dee is my baby true.
Why is the sphere so hard to get? My armors are not even like upgraded at all.
Mm-hmm.
They expect you to do 10 stars so that you can get the tickets to go smelt for more.
Eee.
Because the 10 star coupons are like gem value each. So
Yeah.
Maybe I
They're
have...
a little stinky.
Maybe I have a few tickets?
Do I not have a... Oh my god, I don't have a... No. I don't have a Dragon Handicraft. What is wrong with me? Ah! Cringe. Ugh. I don't know if I could ever run Critical Element. What have you done, Solo? Solo, what have you done? What have you done, Solo? The pipes are piping. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are piping.
Ooh.
I also need to make a different defense charm.
Maximum might works on Switch X, right?
unless you roll a lot.
I don't think I do. My way of playing Switch X is just, oh, my sword and axe is upgraded. Okay, just spam the charging big move.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. How does lane power work again?
After
When you take
60
damage.
seconds, or if you get beat up a bunch, you
Wait,
get
how many
the buff.
seconds?
60, I think.
So a minute?
300 seconds.
Oh.
Oh, so it's
fuck.
300 divided by 30 divided by
5?
6 times. Okay, that's 5. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
I'm having a
I think they changed,
connection here.
they changed the value. Yeah, they changed the value. Okay, so
So how long does it last then?
okay, so it
Like having, extra
hang on.
affinity after 5 minutes sounds really cool. Ooh, you need to get your Xbox One S hooked up while recovering so you can play. Super Baby Hunter here. Barely into the main story, but you love it. I play World in the meantime. Ooh, so true, so true. Anybody standing there solo. And so I... Huh? But yeah, anyway,
okay,
where was...
so the default cooldown is 2 minutes. So you need to spend 2 minutes in combat with a large monster
Okay.
before it activates. When it activates, it will last for... What the fuck is the duration? 2 minutes?
So 2 minutes on, 2 minutes off?
Okay, yeah, 2 minutes on, 2 minutes off. Every damage point that you are taking reduces the time of the 2 minutes. It is approximately
What, a bar and a
1.3
half?
seconds. It's 1.3 seconds per 1 hit point loss.
Oh my god.
So if you take
So,
150
so if I get hit
damage,
hard enough, I'm just.
and it's cumulative.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. And it is also possible to reactivate latent power while it's still active. In a
Oh.
sense.
I wonder if. Because I'm trying to think of like what charm do I want to run, since I don't have like the the super cool charms yet. But I'm trying to decide whether or not if I want to run latent power for a charm, because right now I'm using defense, or burst. I don't know if burst is worth it for a sword and shield.
Like, I think the most general tool that you could probably have is like Weakness Exploit 3 or
Which I already have, so
or Agitator 3.
I already have it. It's my armor set. So like that's the one thing that's always been killing me is I don't know what to have for my charm. Like my charm is just kind of there, so I was like, fuck it, defense. I'm thinking flare maybe as a sword and shield, just so I could stab things more.
I mean, you could use Challenger 3 and then repurpose your level 3 slots as well.
To what though?
1 level of burst. I don't know.
Maybe.
1 level of burst. Max out your counter
so
strike.
slightly-
Put earplugs. Max out your agitator.
Ooh. Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
you'll be able
know
to
what?
hit Ag 5 with that too. If you were
Flare
doing
might
that
actually be the goat.
One dose of flare is actually really good from what I know. It got buffed recently and it's noticeable.
Well, because like the thing is like for sword and shield, like we have a special white patch buff, right? Where if we stab a white patch, we rip it for extra damage. And if that's counted as a wound, that's extra rip damage. Sounds pretty cool to me.
Now I'm gonna go check my flare builds.
A lot, but not that bad on timing. Jin's in the 4th area, by the way, if you want to dip in for the rewards solo.
Who?
Jindahat.
I've got Jin Dahad here.
Oh, with the gem or?
No gem, but 8 stars, so it should be relatively quick.
So to tack on to your question earlier, flare doesn't do extra damage to wounds.
Oh.
That's part of it.
Oh. Well. Okay. So white patches don't count as wounds. Okay.
No, flare doesn't do anything different to white patches.
Cause I know like once it's ripped open, like that's a wound, but I was thinking like the white patch was also a wound.
I think that those count as weak spots for weakness exploit. I might be wrong, but no, it doesn't.
They
There's
don't.
no difference. There's no difference.
They
outside
don't
that.
for weakness exploits, so I was just kind of thinking, I don't know, wording is weird. Also, I need to go and to the nice 540 by the way. I need to go to the oil basin.
It's skulls right now. Last call if you want the rewards from this thing.
All right. Wait for Jin Dahad?
Yep.
Yeah, Jin. Didn't you need Jin parts?
No, I just need a gem and tickets.
Well, you might get a carved gem, so come on.
I'm coming.
I'm balling.
White patches are where your slashing is showing a step closer to make a wound, but it's not a wound. Oh, fair. Also, hi, Acro. Oh my gosh. Have I slept at all?
Hi, Jokey. We got Draken. Oh my god.
All right. I'm here. Beat it up.
Oi.
This time it's very easy to get an A rank with bowling. I'm just gonna use all my tickets.
Yeah. Like, it's super easy. Like, literally hit 5 small baby ones, and then the rest is just like, all right. I mean, you're going for the big one anyways.
Yeah. The big one's really easy to hit, and the explosion is so huge.
Oh yeah.
This thing's
What was
not gonna be able to
Thickums?
get a.
Yeah.
This thing's not gonna be able to get a Nova out at this rate.
Oh
Once
my
I
God.
show up and it just starts to Nova.
Shield meal voucher? You wanna eat vegetable? Ugh.
It didn't get a Nova out.
Cause you're a monster. Where's his tail at? Oh, his tail was up there. No.
You joined after it was cut off. You can't get the gem if you joined after it broke off.
Oh. Oh.
What the heck? So I let you fall asleep with my cleavage. What? What?
Thanks.
What? Why are you abandoning me? What did I do?
Thank you, Varix. Also, hi. Welcome.
What are you doing?
Hope stream was fun.
No.
Hope Sons of the Forest is
No.
good.
No gem. No gem.
Ah well.
10 minutes. Crazy.
I'm
You were
Yeah.
holding
hunting
back.
with friends.
It was 8-star, and I messed up a bunch of it, but yeah, this build has promise actually. Jesus fucking Christ. It's basically Arc Vulcan, head and Vambraces, Gore, chest and waist, and Uthduda legs.
I muted
Oh
myself.
my, that's a
on
lot of
Discord
different
for a
monster
little
parts. What
bit.
the heck?
Yeah.
I will overlap with
Yeah,
them,
literally, I
but it's
saw
okay.
a
but-
longsword just go whack, 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 whack.
Hi everyone
Spitting,
from
whack,
Varix
whack,
stream.
whack. I was like, ah, what the hell? He's just like, what? I don't know what all
I'm
this is.
Kira.
But
I'm a
all he was
Kobo.
doing is just whack, 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 whack. Did I ever see him sheath once? No. I don't know what he was doing, but he was just whacking away.
Hope stream was good
Was
for
it
you.
a sort of upwards, downward slash, and
It
then
must
a
have the one
side
first and then
slash?
play some of the first something that. Ooh.
I don't fucking know.
Hope
I
he
just
had-
saw.
Hope he has
I
some
just
nice
saw
hunts there.
like it was just like the tempo was whack, 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 whack.
If you need any post stream
think there's
game,
a
definitely
But
grab
the
it.
last,
It's
but the
very
last
important.
strike was like a downward slash, but like the dude was just on the ground like the entire time. They even made freaking whatchamacallit? What your weapon says about you.
Ooh, is that like a quiz or something? Or
No. It was like a video.
I use too many weapons.
Yeah.
I'm listening to chicken tenders.
Oh, you
Excuse
really?
me. Sorry to interrupt.
No, like,
but
I'm
you
just in my
gotta be
tent.
a good girl, so.
Oh.
UHM, yes.
Chicken
Good girl.
tenders.
Pat.
What about your
Keep
fries?
it Kobo.
Thank you, Evie.
Hey, boy. I need 2 more gems. I'm
HR
gonna
Porn is a
cry, dude.
betray. Game is so addicting. I get that. Master 2 WoW is pretty okay, pretty nice. Especially after the update that my PC can run the game now.
Oh yeah. I had to install the mod for like the light disabling thingy, and it's great. I can actually see,
Yeah.
even though I still chunk in frames because my computer is dirt.
Oh my god, same.
Solo, you needed nourishing extract, right?
Not really, but I mean, like, I would just like to know where to get it, so I can ignore it later.
Guardian Deshagaba and Ebony Odogarin, those are the 2 hunts I usually go on for nourishing extract.
What was the first one?
Guardian Deshagaba.
Oh, I love fighting that. because he reels himself up. I'm like, yeah, I can stab you in the dick. And he dies.
Well, in that case, I've got one on the map if you want to tangle with it. I also got one with a Serengio's paired with it as well, if you feel like
Wait.
burning.
Maybe in a little bit. I need to actually, you know what I need to do? I need to lock in and actually need to make my build of, for like, whatchamacallit, my armor, because I need to make sure that it's, ascended.
Alright.
What's having a stroke here?
I'm enjoying the chicken tender.
I'm gonna do one of
Swear.
the quests that I need for an event item in it.
Oh, my favorite. I love
Oh,
seeing
you're
a
doing the
Discord
US
ping.
You're doing the USJ events.
Is there a USJ
what
event?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, for the Azure thingy. Yeah.
Yeah, I need it because, like, I've been looking for an alternative for the Lagiacris armor, the Azure Bolt specifically, and this has it, so, yeah. If
Is it because
you
of
wanna-
Fashion Souls?
Less Fashion Souls, more,
Fuck!
like, something to
Oh my God,
replace
this is-
Azure Bolt with.
Why is there a 10-star dossier?
Oh yeah, there's a
Oh,
10
uh,
yeah, yes.
That's a recent addition.
It was
mean-
2 weeks before 10-star Kokma sales.
It's not.
Alright.
It's only dossier. It's like it's gonna be so easy, no?
Come
guess.
on. Give me rolls. Fuck! Oh my god, these rolls are anus. Please, let's go, Gambler. Fuck!
You actually do some match on the WoW gaming in the future for sure. I mean, yeah, I do play the same. I play this game on and off.
Oof.
I wanna fight Josia.
Once I'm done with this hunt, how about
Hey,
10
what are you
stars
doing?
Zoshia?
Yeah, I wanna see how strong it can get.
Game, what are you doing to me? Alright, yeah, at least you gave me
Dude,
some.
Boring!
They're still roaring.
Rar, rar, rar. Oh!
Yeah, yep, yeah.
3 attack boost, 1 element boost, 1 affinity. Come on! Fuck!
You good, Narix?
I got cat rest. It's fine.
Which one are you guys like? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Come on.
Wait for your cat. I got hit. Cool. Lovely.
Alright, come on, this way.
Ooh.
I'll handle the
no.
lag. Ow!
Mm,
I'll
wanna
handle the
go
laggy,
get-
you handle the ray now.
please,
Okay.
I'll even accept 2 attack bonus. Please, just give me sharpness with it. I'm begging.
I'm getting free
Ah,
reward.
dang it.
I'm gonna need to eat some food while everyone watching window fights. Oh, thank you.
I don't want affinity. I don't want affinity. It's useless to me. Oh! I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. 3 attacks and 2 sharpness. I'll freaking take it. Yes.
Ooh.
I'll take it. I'm looking for, so the most optimal thing I can go for is 4 attack rolls with 1 sharpness, but 3 is good. 3 is really good. Now I just gotta roll to see if I can get better better
Roll
EX.
them for EXs.
Yeah, or at least 3s. Come on, almost there, almost there, almost there. I mean, he's better. Come on, give me 2 3s. You bitch. Just roll the same exact thing. Last roll. This is my last roll of calcite or calcite. I just.
I mean, go exchange
You know
your,
what?
your template emblems for more.
You know what? I'll take it. 2 sharpness EXs plus 1 attack EX. Okay. Goated. Goated.
Ow, 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 ow. I hate
Literally.
them so much.
Literally
because
the closest I can get to the perfect roll for a 3-2. I'll take it. Now, time to grow and roll some skills. No. Can I proceed? Are you? You're bugging me. Come on, 2 rolls, 2 rolls. That's Gorbagala's Tyranny, I'll take that. Last one, Lord Soul. You bitch. Alright, that's fine. Whatever. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. Not salty at all. I wonder why people are just like, oh yeah, God Matthews is what I wake up to, and it's what I fall asleep to. I can literally play with my eyes closed. I now understand why people make that meme. Okay, that's ascended. That's ascended. What is this chest? The Dahad? Okay. I'll send you. Put it on now, though?
Early. Ouch.
No, I can't put it on yet. Because I don't have Gormagala shoes. Yay!
I mean, you
I
can
am up
just use,
here.
you can just use the replacement Gormagala.
What do you mean?
Sororo, I think is the name of the piece.
I don't think I've ever seen that one before.
It's near the
Oh
bottom.
wait, yeah, you haven't finished it. Okay, it's from doing the solo Gormagala quest.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done that. He keeps carding me to death because I was not strong enough, but now I'm stronger, so I should be able to take him on now.
You know Switch is gonna eat so much sharpness. Holy shit.
Nice.
You have no shuffle skills.
That's true.
Let me just make sure that my... Okay, my helmet is good, my arms are good, my backup legs, in case I do want to do backup legs. Let's go ahead and do those.
It's like 1 pixel away from the damn thing.
Thank you, iframes, but ow, the chip damage.
Oh, Gormagala is purple? Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. Submenu, add to wish list. So I need... Oh, I just got rid of everything. It's okay, I still need a gem, it's whatever. Whatever, as long as I get 1 gem. Actually, no, I would need 2, 3 gems? I gotta build it, and then I gotta do a thingy. Ooh.
Nice job, you two.
Not me trying to wait for him to go into the pitfall trap and him
Oh.
not going in.
You didn't tell me. I didn't know. I was like, oh yeah, Switch check is good.
I'm gonna make it harder.
Him out
No
the
reason.
supercharge state.
It's okay. I believe in Shallow.
I believe so.
Shallow is gonna be so
Nice.
OP with the new build.
Ow.
It's not even out yet.
No, it's there. It's there. I
still
believe.
still regular.
It's there, it's there.
Okay.
Hey, Salo.
I'm just glad that I'm actually a lot closer to being able to make it than I thought.
Eh. Tail broken on him.
Nice.
Warlake.
Ah!
Oh, it doesn't hurt.
Oh, that's a multi-hit! Oh,
Yeah, it's a multi-hit.
Forever.
Yeah, it's 3 Titans. And then the big one hits 6 Titans.
It's not just a multi-hit, it's a multi-hit that can absolutely, like, one cycle a longsword. So I need to watch out for whatever he's doing that, otherwise I am just dead.
That mouth, neck.
I mean, you can just access it so that if you remove the hit of it entirely.
The problem is when I do a Hellbreaker in it.
Oh, yeah, then yes, that
Yeah.
I'm dead, dude.
Does anybody do mounts on this thing yet, or no?
I already got one mount.
Okay.
Also, rip Dira.
I'm not greedy. I want the big boy. Oh, hi Zeus.
It's Skulls.
Oh my god, it's a cool dog. Alright, who needs preparing? Just get him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good. Oh, no, Rachel.
It's fine. I'm gonna survive anyway. I'm dead.
Zeus Raider? Okay.
Yeah.
Give me your nipple! Mine!
Let's shout out.
Busy.
Thank you, nice.
I stabbed him in the
Hey.
nipple.
Nice, we got your nipple.
Nipple. It's ripped wide open.
Ooh, how was RuneScape? I think I heard you were making a little potions a few days back, I think.
Is that a dead Raidal? Come here, come here.
I think you joined after he died.
I did. I definitely did.
Where the tail? Oh,
My
I
tail's
found it.
right
Where the
here.
tail at?
Where the tail? Hi. Is that the cover monster from Tree U? I think so.
I just want to stand on it.
Oh, the
That'd be right.
Lagiacrus? Yeah, it's back.
It's crazy. He's got his own special arena and everything. The only one who does.
Eh.
We love Lucky.
No,
Never enough.
Gokmazios has what do you mean?
They have their own special fight.
The underwater section, right?
Yeah, they're the only one that has it. Plate.
Oh, cool. 2 USJ gems.
I got one.
Wow. I swear to God, if I get another Guardian Iron Wall Jewel, I'm going to cry.
Eh.
But you can survive.
I can, but I have too many. I already threw so many into the meld reed thrower person because I'm like, I don't need this.
You can melt decorations with decorations?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's
Okay.
only level 1, level 2 decos.
Yeah.
I thought you were able to get RNG level 3 decos. Also, my Windward
I
Blades is fucked
think
right now.
you
Oh my god.
Can I don't think it allows you to do the highest rarity.
All right,
But I
Dark
might be wrong.
Switchman. No, you just roll. It's just like another, like, just throw it back in there and just roll it again.
Okay, my Windward Blades has a literal page of 9 stars right now. Raydal, Arkveld, so many Steves.
Nice.
Steve the dog.
Yeah.
Steve is the name for Sergios.
No, that's Steve. The dog.
Eh?
Yeah.
Oh, the Ebony Odegaran. I thought that was Steve.
Yeah.
No, that's
No.
Clifford.
Oh.
Steve the big red dog. What are you
Odogaron
talking
is
about?
Clifford. Ebony Odogaron is Spicy Clifford. Sergios is Steve.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
Basil
thought.
Basil Gaze is B52.
Let's beat the juice.
Or Pinecone or Beetlejuice.
My
I don't know.
I want beat the juice.
And then Zoshia is onion.
I hate onion.
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 This is all the layers.
I want to eat ramen. I'll eat ramen. Oh wait, suja is free. Thank you.
Someone,
You're welcome.
someone used the veggie ticket.
Who eats sealed meal? You trying to eat vegetable? Trying to fight monsters? What are you talking about? What?
You need meat. You need protein.
Yeah,
What
like
are you doing?
sacrilege. You don't eat vegetable in the monster to hunt.
Here. Let me just do it real
No, I'm gonna bite you so. Eat vegetable.
Alright, guys. Well, I'm definitely gonna go and do a hunt that is going to be capture oriented. Wish me luck.
Captain oriented?
Yeah, capture.
Oh, capture. Oh.
Wait, is this the? Oh no!
What? Ooh,
What?
chicken.
Vegetables.
No, what?
Tomato.
Why?
White tomato. Flour.
Eat flour.
Veggie.
Oh god! Oh
blue lettuce.
Christ.
Go join Salo. You don't have to come to this.
I never
wait,
fought this
really?
one.
Oh, it's mean.
It's mean?
It is very mean.
Oh, it's very mean, yeah.
Oh, you guys fought it. I never fought it.
I only showed up once, and I saw a guy who was level 950 just get one shot, and I was like, oh, I do not need to be here, thank you. I was like, okay.
Exactly.
So I guess I'll just.
I don't
bring...
know what kind of juice they gave this stupid mosquito balloon, but oh my god.
He hurt.
Wait, let me double check my build real quick.
I want to try that thing.
He also has a new attack, right?
That looks correct. It has new AoE spawned from a attack animation it already had.
I guess antidote is
I'm gonna go fight
essential.
Kormagala.
Ow. He's faster than I remember, and he was already really fast when I remembered him.
Do you think we need antidote for Rompolololo?
Yes, I suggest antidote.
Okay, I'll bring prevent poison then.
Brah!
I know to lose out on.
Alright, Kormagala.
Goblin.
Wait, if you're doing
Just you and me.
If you're doing the funny, the one with Nadia, I'm pretty sure that one's a slay, no?
The what?
The Gomagala that you gotta do for the story with
Yeah, the one
Nadia?
with Nadia.
Yeah, it's a slay, no? Or is it a hunt?
Oh shit, you're right. Fuck.
No!
No.
I just think you remember that there is no that you can't cheat out of that at all. It's a slay, it's a solo. Yeah.
I wasted my ticket then. It's okay, it was the only one. I don't capture anyway.
What?
Unless it's like one of those like, hey,
Ugh.
we're in a party and we already have like maxed out feints.
I should bring max potion. How do you combine max potion again? Catalyst and Mandragora. Okay.
Mandragora.
Let me bring two. Wait, how many catalysts can I bring?
I got a back-to-back parry on that. Oh no!
5, okay.
I'm just fighting for my life in here.
So 5 Mandragora.
So what? Wait! Ow!
Okay, and then I need to do my radio menu real quick. This one.
Did somebody leave an extra 0 on this thing? He hurts.
craft.
It was a computing error.
If you are,
Okay.
Yeah.
here are
Mm-hmm.
if you set to eat max potions, you auto craft if you have the materials if you're out of max potions. So you don't have to set it to craft for you.
Oh. So
Just have it to consume max potions and then
oh.
that's all you need.
Ah, dang, dude.
Oh. Oh my god, that's cheating. Oh, you guys are fighting the stupid bird already. Hmm.
Ow, 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 ow.
I have antidote. I'm Lance, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna
I
get
should have brought
free reward.
antidote. I was preparing
Just
for
because I
something
know
else.
it doesn't mean I can do it, Nadia.
Nadia is mean.
She's like, just attack the head, but you already knew that. I'm like, yeah, sure.
So condescending.
Okay, excuse me while I just get some anti-poison on this. Uh-huh.
I mean, you're very near the camp's pretty close anyways.
Yeah.
Ooh, chicken. Haven't seen this chicken in so long. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, Lee's had the monster for a reason.
Oh, I'm on the balloon.
Nice.
I'll try to wound it as much as possible then.
We're looking
Hi,
sickly.
Infern. Welcome back. I'm trying not to.
He's weak to water, isn't he?
Yeah.
Alright, bring it down.
Did I bring a water
Give me your
sword?
chesticles.
Equipment in.
I have dragon.
Damn it. Alright, this time for Reed. Oh no.
How does one hit the antenna and not the head? I don't understand.
Explosion.
Wow, that's a status I've never seen before. Poison? Who the heck's got poison?
Why would he have poison? It's not poison.
Eh.
Uh,
Oh,
I think Nadia did it.
Oh.
Because I've never had a... The monster's debilitated thingy. Narca, welcome on in. Bring in Devster. Who's a good boy? That's definitely Narca. It's definitely not me. But hi, welcome on in, everybody. I'm fighting for my life out here. What the... How was VR chat? The Narcosi raid. Hi, Wilzy.
Bro. I hate this thing.
You gotta do it 6 times for all the balloon cannons.
No, thank you.
What is that tiny poke? You telling me that the tiny poke that did 60% health? Hiya.
I mean, his explosion is doing 80% of my health. What do you mean?
I just got like tiniest poke.
I'm leaving. How do I leave? I need a heat bug. I'm losing stamina.
I hate when he delays it.
Your chat was very fun and chaotic near the end. Oh, do tell, do tell. All right, I'm coming back.
Ow.
Oh yeah, go get that food. Important. Oh fuck. Also, any of the other raiders, if you need to go do any sort of eat, drink, or go to EP, please feel free to do so. I appreciate you guys coming on in here. Oh no! Oh, thank you for the jelly. Oh!
I'm not the bird.
Ooh.
No.
Why is that two? What?
Ooh.
That Rathalos got exploded to death.
Light blue.
Double
Okay.
bird. Triple bird.
I need to leave. I need to leave. I need to leave.
I got blasted.
Ow.
Is the balloon's tail severable?
No.
Not severable, but breakable.
Okay.
You can deflate it. That's all you can do.
Aw.
Get washed.
Oh, that's gonna hit. Ow. I was on the floor.
Sorry.
I hate this thing so much.
Step it, step it. But it loves you.
It's not mutual. Not even close.
Nadia, stop giving him a cigar. It help.
Oh, fuck, fuck.
Oh my god. Pia, pia, pia.
Ah. Hope Narca comes back and tells me what he's eating. I want to know.
Ah! I can't keep track of all of the exploding everything. Jesus.
Ah, fuck. Thank you, cat.
Ooh.
Stop dodging. Come back. Whoa.
Ooh, got him.
Come here. Fuck. Oh, now I can see. Weather is changing. Now I can actually see his explosions. Fuck.
Oh, fuck. I got
Yeah.
exploded once. Fuck.
Oh no, he followed up that explosion with 3 more explosions.
Fuck. That's a different combo.
Oh no.
3 taps open
Oh
on
my god, the
Tira for
spaghetti
3
gons are
more.
blocking my running path.
3 times more? Wow.
Ow.
Woo.
You
that's
triple
on
the
me.
board?
Come on.
Wait.
Yeah, interesting detail to fact or whatever.
Wow. Let's see if we can lure it into the trap. Immediately leaves. Great.
That is
Thanks, Nadia. You put it down so late. Yeah, I love it.
classic Monster Hunter experience.
I know, right?
Classic. Chicken.
I'm ready to hit them with the trap. Where are they going?
Oh no. I'm out of there.
Can't see what's happening.
The after explosions that make him so dangerous.
Who? That was a one shot.
Fuck. Stop
That one-
animation canceling. I hate it.
One triggered my guts. The explosion.
What are you getting so riled up for, Gurmagala?
Oh, this might right. Nope.
He's animation canceling. My internet's dying. I hate this. How do I fight that which is lagging? He's lag switching me.
He's got skulls.
We can capture this.
Capture, please.
I crashed.
Oh.
No.
Oh no.
Connection to the session has been lost. Uh-oh.
I think that might have been why I was lagging. It was you
Sorry.
dying.
Oh,
I thought it was me.
it's still skulls, so you can still capture it.
Yeah, I'll capture this thing. Sorry about that.
You're fine, Tilra.
We never saw her again.
No.
Okay, is that my 5th run or my 6th run?
That's a crazy bird.
Whoop, whoop.
Do I have to make a new lobby, or can I join yours? Is it the same? I think I should be able to join just you guys' room.
Oh, I'm done. That's my 6th run.
You have to do specifically 6 runs?
Yeah.
Why?
You get a lantern, like a weird purple lantern from the first clear, and then you get one of the 6 balloons. And then each rerun gives you another balloon.
I see.
There's 6 balloons.
Just walk around with a bunch of balloons now? Again? Oh.
It's a heart balloon. It's pretty cute.
I captured the balloon.
I mean, technically it's not a balloon. It's a rompopolo with an inflated head. But, you know, same thing.
It's okay, it's balloon.
Balloon.
A balloon.
Balloon. What's it? A fa-loon.
Best mod.
The lantern's actually honestly pretty nice looking as well.
Ooh, that's a gold. That's the biggest rompolobulolo.
Ah yes, it's the name is Lavasioff.
What? Why is there Lavasioff?
That is the name of the quest. Remember, this hunter monster just toss you a large crown. Lavasioff. And he did a lot of AoEs for no reason.
You're so aggressive.
I don't remember.
Go look at the pendant.
Although you fought 10-star AT Arkfeld with us, and that was fun.
Yeah, but I'm alone. I don't have anybody to be a distraction.
I thought you said you didn't like distractions.
I realized the
It's okay.
Now that I've tasted what it's like to not have... Now that I know what it's like to have people be a distraction, I don't like not having it.
Oh wait, I still see you guys here. What? So what happened to me then?
You blipped
West
from the quest. Yeah.
Oh, it's just a quest then. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here, go see the pendant. Go look at pendant.
Pendant? Oh, nanti dulu ah. Let me get this thing. Oh yes, chicken tenders.
I'm hiding. I'm not here.
Noxious lantern.
Amount of balloons.
Ooh, I mean that's just a lantern, no?
Oh,
I don't
because I
think you
put on the
Lantern and
mending.
balloon.
Is that balloon?
Yeah, balloon. Azure gold polo pow. It's a balloon.
Oh.
Well, balloon quotation.
Oh, balloon. Oh.
Aw.
Wind chime?
Yeah,
this one
that's
is
from the USJ.
classic one.
Oh fuck!
Can't wait to get the Upfelt Mark of Mastery.
Rip Solo.
I
Arfel?
couldn't
Oh.
stand up. I couldn't stand up.
I think Arfel are gonna have fun. Arfel is great.
Poor Magala is really the only one I have any like sort of like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable fighting you like ever.
Gomagala is just kind of on, like, he's cracked.
He's evil.
Yeah, like the previous games are not even that crazy, and then this one is just like, yeah, no, I'm done. I'm done being nice.
Or for whatever reason is white noise to me. Like I can't tell which part of his body is which unless I really squint and focus, and that just gives me a headache.
I think I can see what you mean, yeah. I think it's because of the the visual clarity and also the particles that's floating around, and then the effect makes everything just sort of like blend in together. Yeah.
It's literally just a cloud of living static to me, and it's screwing with my brain.
It's the pain.
Out, give me 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 out. He's in the darkness, I can't see him!
But there's Solo.
Ah! I'm good. Paralysis! Maybe I can finally get his antennas for the first time ever. Never mind. I'm going for the full combo, I don't care.
Oh, hi Lex. Ooh, X is mega early today. Oh, is it still early actually? No, it's 5:41. It's still early. Oh, Lex is doing it. Alright, let's... Do we wait for Salo to do the 10-star Josiah together?
And welcome.
So 10-star what now?
A 10-star onion.
Oh, I mean, I think I should be close to done.
I'll wait for you. Oh. I think Narix and Jameson is okay with this?
Huh?
We'll wait for Salo.
Yeah, sure. I'm actually done with whatever I needed to do.
I mean, I kind of just want to farm ATR quill, but we found it too many times today.
Okay, just a little more. Okay, I just got the okay that this is a little more, so probably 10 or 15%.
It's okay. No, it's like...
Oh, it's skulls. Oh, it... Right.
Faster, Salo, faster. Come on, we done. We need to hunt. We need to...
I'm trying! I got his tail! It's a true hunt now!
It's very early for you. Walker and can pick out the EP and think my body is too excited for the travels tomorrow. Oh yeah, to Thailand, right? Heck yeah. I became a Kobo princess. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What? I really wish 10-star Zoshia had some, like, extra items with them. Eh.
It feels like the end, like, arch-tempered monster just gonna give one extra ticket and that's pretty much it.
The thing is, Zoshia doesn't even give that. He
Oh, he
just gives the
doesn't?
normal 10-star stuff.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's kind of Kanasai.
But at least I feel like Zoshia, the Zoshia hunt isn't as much
Why
of a
won't you
burger
die?
compared to the 10-star Gokmazios.
Stop jumping around!
I'm going to mail all the Oricalo kites. I don't need armor sphere. I don't even want to upgrade my armor. I want Oricalo kites.
He's exhausted! He's almost dead! Die! He's got the skulls. You bitch! Come back! Alright, he's gotta be on his last legs. stalker? The hell, Nadia? I can see you no matter where it goes. I can't see it in the darkness. Ah! Please let there be something I can see to hit him with. No.
It's respawning halfway.
I mean, I've only died once, but I got a free death anyway, so, you know, technically I never died. Where'd it go? Yeah, oh, it's in the darkness. I'm not joining it in there. Okay, never mind. It's gone. Okay. Come here, come here, come here. Can I get a free sneak attack?
Oh wait,
I can.
it's not you. I forgot. It's not melding. It's smithing.
It's smelting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at the oil basin. You just give it whatever.
I keep thinking like, oh, melding. I go to Suja and then everything should be there.
How much health does this thing have? What the fuck?
Blame Nadia.
I
Oh, is
mean,
it the optional quest?
Yeah, it's the solo one.
Oh,
Pretty sure this one's 100k.
I never did that.
100?
I don't
I
do
only did
optionals.
52!
Oh, okay, so it's a little lesser health. That means you're almost done. It's like what, 55k then?
See,
It's
sound
the
not so
normal health
strong.
for. It's like the normal health for 9-star gore, 55k.
Oh, it's dead! Oh my god! I was about to die! 52,000 apparently.
Yeah, it's a little lower than.
Smelt using Gokma material? You smelt with this? Oh my god.
Please give me a wing and more scales.
What do you
Okay, I'm
have
just
100? No, Tira, you don't throw away your 100 like mutated armaments, please. You have
don't
300. No.
Why
You're gonna
do I-
make Salo mad.
No, what do I need this for?
You need it for your Gogma rolls. So basically what you do is like once you make the Gogma weapon, you know how they come with extra skills?
Do they?
Like armor skills? Yeah, they come with armor bonus skills. Yeah, so like basically what you do is you roll those back into a weapon that you're trying to get to get something like Lord Soul, so you can wear one less armor piece for that one specific thing, or if you have one other thing for like a different weapon, like you know, if you wanted like the Rathalos Scorcher thingy or the Gormagala Frenzy thingy, you know, that's what people usually try to roll for.
Oh, I just sort of wear a full set armor and roll with it.
yeah. But you know, for like ones that are trying to squeeze out like even more power, you know, like that's what they're for.
Alright, I won't use that one. I won't.
Think of it just like, hey, let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Next thing you know, you have nothing.
100. I need 100.
I did it. I don't want to talk to Mina. Get away from me. Raydao. Oh, this is Dragon Moms. She's fighting Raydao.
Ooh.
Probably just farming for some materials and stuff. I'm gonna go, boy. All right, I'm ready. We're gonna fight some sushi.
Oh, I'm gonna get so much Ori Calcite. Oh my god.
Get so much. It's so beautiful.
$60 points?
I'm gonna give everybody a free meal.
Please don't be sealed meal.
The Azure Star Longsword is pretty.
This game is very pretty. A lot of the main title Monster Hunter games are very pretty.
Heck yeah.
Look at that. How delicious that is. Shrimp.
Even with shit graphics, it still look pretty good.
Yeah, I know, right? Imagine if this was in like 4K. Like, oh my god.
Oh, my eyes would explode.
No exploding.
No cheese? No, no cheese in this one. I think it was just sauce. Saucy butter.
No dying illegal, Kobo too stretchy to perish. That's true. I'm stretchy in all the right places, wink.
Oh, you like cheese? I do too. James, why do you look like you're somebody from Diablo?
What? The golden armor?
You look like you're from Diablo.
Eh. I felt like being fancy.
Cheese.
Fancy.
I'll go take the.
Would you say I did a good job?
Guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't see no Sorial thingy. I still can't make my shoes.
You gotta talk to Nadia. Complete the quest.
Oh, Mina. Okay.
Oh, it gives extra things.
The Nadia quest, yeah, it gives you a alternative Gormagala piece.
Ooh.
Gormagala set. Sorry.
Oh, set. Oh, I might do it actually.
Do it for the drip.
I'll destroy that Gomagala.
Speaking of Gormagala, I have a King Gormagala, like big crown Gormagala sitting around.
War-torn dragon gem.
Oh, war-torn dragon gems are honestly a bitch to get.
I have 5.
Looking at Tira sitting on 5. Yeah.
I could use 2 to like amend this. I don't wanna actually. Oh, I have better tempered emblem. This one's way better.
I'm going to fucking scream that everyone I know except me is getting the war-torn dragon gems.
I don't know how.
Ah!
I don't think I fought Gok as much. I feel like.
Huh?
Can I check how many? This one.
Yeah, it's on your how to feel guide.
All right.
Or your
How is
profile thingy.
Don't
I
worry
mean, you
about
did
How
like
is
18
everyone-
hunts.
getting so many? Ah!
Remember I threw 2 away. Jim.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you did. Huh.
I am.
Huh.
Why am I talking about suddenly dying? What the heck?
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
Only 1,000 Zenny? Girl, you broke.
Nadia gives only 1,000.
She's like, I bet you 1,000 Zenny that there is not going to be a single person who's not going to miss you. Like, okay, that's just 1,000? That's crazy.
Yeah, she broke.
What's my favorite snackies? Fruity kind, gummy kind, chewy kind. I don't really know.
I like chicken
Whatever,
tenders.
whatever I really have. Unless it's like the freaking super super ooper duper sour. Because oh my god, my teeth, they're gonna die.
Don't you want chicken tenders, Sano?
A chicken tenders with plenty of fries.
Yeah, chicken
God.
tenders.
We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die.
It's fine. I think.
I don't wanna die.
I'm gonna go for I don't wanna die build.
Should we like butts? Gar, I'm gonna bite you in so many places, I swear to God. People are gonna think that you're just a lump of meat by the time I'm done with you. Mark my words. Or mark your body. Alright, anyway,
I'll take the onion quest.
oh, what the hell? I don't like this outfit. Whose outfit is this supposed to be?
Adios.
This Gundams looks so stupid.
You know the I was thinking maybe I'll update my my belt coil, but because it doesn't match no.
Yeah, I think most people use the helmet, and only that. But
Well, because like it's got like the red and white motif, which is okay and all.
oh, you mean the for layered? Yeah, looks good. Definitely.
But like it's literally the same thing as the one that I'm wearing from the Hope set, but like it's missing, like it's got bullets, which I don't use bullets. I hate that. Why have bullets with no gun? Like the back of it looks nice, which is okay because you know it's the same Hope set. But yeah, I think I'll stick with what I have because at least I can see the embroidery on the bottom part, and I have a little dangly thing on my belt, and it glows, so I have a shiny.
Shiny?
Oh,
I'm gonna steal it.
I haven't changed my outfit. I'm using the Grimwalker coil for like the longest time,
Mm-hmm.
which is like it's like slanted sash thingy.
I'm a Mizu
Yeah.
because I play with mods.
Yeah, I gotta hunt the Mizu, right?
I'll chew you up first. Now, you're welcome
You
to
gonna hunt
try.
me?
Well, I gotta go hunt this Gormagala. So yeah, Gormagala. Oh my god, with an Arkfeld? Oh my god, I don't want to fight that.
You can
Are we
fight
not
the
doing the-
audience first.
Yeah, we're not doing the 10 stars this year.
Oh yeah. I'm doing that, but I'm saving the investigation.
Oh, I never checked investigation for the longest time. Oh my god.
Because it is a big crown Gormagala. I don't think I have that one yet. Is a quest posted? You do a lot of baking? Ooh, baking. Ooh, oh, okay. Well, if you're talking about baking, I like bread. Like sugary bread. Oh god, it's kind of hard to say. Like, I guess anything that has like a fluffiness. I don't like it crunchy. I don't like crunchy bread. I like to just be able to bite into the bread and just feel like I'm biting into like a marshmallow. Just, but like, you know, like bread, like soft bread, like a bread you would have at like a Subway or something. You know what I mean? It's like ice buns. I mean, I do like me some Cinnabons. That is true.
Oh. Oh, I forgot they updated the Malzino mod. Oh, nice.
Legs! I heard baking high legs! We definitely did not squish any spiders today. Hiya! How you doing? So she is weak to dragon, right?
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I just bonk him. Can we check what like monster is weak to what in game?
Yep.
Yeah, and the
Yep.
quest thingy.
Few guy.
The field guy has it?
Vaguely, yes.
Vaguely?
Kinda. It doesn't give you any like specific numbers, but like you can
Yeah.
get star ratings and stuff, I guess.
Recommended elemental attack. Oh. I'm not gonna.
Oh no. Oh no, I joined the quest and now I'm gonna hear it. No!
You're gonna hear, gonna hear what?
It started as soon as it happened. Like I
Oh.
joined the quest and all of a sudden it just starts playing the music.
You're welcome for the.
Okay, now it's gone. It stopped right before chicken tenders. Tarantula legs make a really good protein
Chicken
chocolate chip
tenders.
cookie. What?
Cookie? I won.
With plenty of fries.
Oh,
my
yeah,
gosh.
chicken tenders.
Okay.
Should I be scared? It's only Joshia,
Yeah.
it's not that hard. I'm
It's
scared
just
now.
Soshia.
Yeah, it's only Joshia. How hard can it be?
Just hit the wings.
Yeah.
Goofy.
Just hit the everything. It's fine.
Oh, that mouth. I've never. Oh God. I never actually looked directly into the mouth before, but it looks like a theme.
Don't worry about it.
Oh,
I believe it.
there went,
I think it kind of
there
hurts.
went like all of Solo's hell.
I think that kind of hurts. Wow.
Oh, stole my guard.
Oh, we did a synchronized bonfire, Ayo.
Heck yeah. Oh. Oh.
No, my element.
Ow! Ow, ow, ow! Fucking! Alright!
Already down.
Yeah,
It's okay.
We're in for a fun one.
Yeah. It's only 10 stun just here. This thing's Ooh.
Already?
Don't shout at me. What are you doing?
It's kind of slow.
It's kind of slow. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. There's literally 1 minute.
Mouth. Mouth. I got it.
Alright, I forgot this set has healing.
I'm fine.
putting on the goddamn mantle before I screw it up again. Really? Extra really?
Uh-oh.
Where you?
I'm good.
Okay. Oh, fire. Oh, fire there.
Okay, I think this is gotta be my last one. I'm really, like...
Are you not feeling alright now? I assume it's like very
I think
early
the
morning.
tiredness just hit.
Oh no!
It's the Big Bang.
Give me that mouth! God, I really spent a lot of time not doing any damage. I'm feeling it.
It's okay, I still believe in Southern.
Oh.
Oh, nearly. Oh, nearly. Oh, nearly. I survived.
We're good, we're good, we're good.
Yeah.
Woo! Nope. Stopping that fireball.
I body blocked the fireball.
Wow.
I would not recommend that experience.
It's okay. It's only only hurts for a little bit.
Krima!
Krima?
Karim! I'm okay. I need to resharpen though. God, that's the one thing about my dragon weapon I need so bad. I need sharpness. Ow.
Okay. Keep
Face
shouting.
change?
Oh, okay.
Face change.
Do we still do the same thing? Just shoot the thing?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm not where I need to be.
It's okay with... Oh, I think that's a lot more now. Oh! Oh no! What happened?
Follow right into the fire.
I was trying to get behind him.
It's okay, I understand. Shiny's good.
I was trying to get behind him. It's the only place I know where it's safe.
I like shiny.
Oh god. No! Not again!
Ow.
Oh. Oh, fail rock
Preemptively
drop.
out. Did I forget to break fire res?
Looks like it. I also didn't have fire resistance. Hey. Oh! That looks painful.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
It's all good, it's all good.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to wake back up. I think I was relaxing because it was too long between cuts.
Being a prime merchant, yay! I just haven't fought Toshi in a long time. I don't remember all his moves. I mounted somehow.
Heck yeah.
Give me your head.
I wanna ride dragons.
I have a dragon. Ow.
Hey.
Love of fucking get this guy stop picking on me for 5 seconds.
Nice.
I suppose, yeah, they do. Your favorite thing ever would be a good hongi. All right, coming down.
Okay.
Go.
That's a new one.
No.
Uh-oh.
I blocked it. Oh. Oh my god, blocking doesn't work. Oh! Blocking doesn't work.
I was stuck. I couldn't run away.
Ouch.
That's a new move. You know, I was supposed to die there, but I just had more health.
Literally was like, all right, I'll just perfect guard this. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
That's the perfect guard. And then it was like, oh, that's a heavy. Oh, that's super heavy. I can't run away now.
I think that's the first time Monster Hunter Wilds have like immune block but still deal damage kind of attack.
It's only Toshia.
It's only Joshia, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's only Toshia.
No,
I mean,
run it
in
back,
World
run it
we
back,
have,
run
like,
it back.
I'm running it
Run
back.
it back. Run it back.
Yeah.
I'm
Back then you
awake
have
again.
like Lunastra, your Fatalis have those kind of moves. It's like,
Oh, we both posted the
No,
buttons
but
at the same
Fatalis
time.
one can
I'll do
block.
yours.
Oh, okay.
I'll do yeah.
You can block Fatalis 1, so...
But then after blocking, it was
This
still
seriously
damage
sounds
you,
pretty
right?
cool. Maybe you know to
the
visit
small-
NZ sometime. Ooh.
The small cone you can block for allies, remember?
Not the cone one or the spit directly down one.
Yeah, the spit straight down is like a no.
That
I don't
is...
think you can block that.
It requires guard up, but you can block it, yeah.
Oh.
and it doesn't.
I
it doesn't
have
kick you
max
out.
guard up. What do you mean? I couldn't
I
block
have
anything. I
max
just
guard
died.
up.
No, we're talking about Fatalis, not this one. This one has
Oh,
DOT.
that's it.
Yeah, this one has DOT.
Yeah, this one just ignores it. That's cool, but also fuck.
Bah!
Fuck.
So funny.
Best mod.
Ah! Oh,
round two,
Aoteoria, Oria. Yeah, I heard that name earlier. Somebody brought that name up, and I was like, "Hi, how you doing?"
Ooh.
Get your huevos.
At least they got the adrenaline rush.
Rocksteady.
Ready?
Oh my god! I thought I exploded. Now I know your tricks.
You say that as you get punted away.
Listen, I forgot.
I get it. I want to look at dragons
Ow.
up close as well.
Early.
Whoa. Calamity and woe.
Oh boy. What do you mean he didn't get staggered for that?
Papa.
Ow.
Whoa.
Look at that mouth.
Hi, I'm up here now.
Hey.
I'm also up here, and now I'm down here. I got that wound for the back for you.
Thank you.
I saw what you're doing.
Try to open up all the wounds.
Yeah. Whoa.
The nibble?
Whoa. No! Bad dragon, bad. Opening a wound on his face. Open. Claim that mark before it heals.
Uh-oh.
Everything's fine.
No! Let me alone!
I'm sure Sano is fine.
No. Ha! I block it this time, baby.
Now topple over for a bit. Thank you. Early. Oi, 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 thank you, Guts.
Oh, Josian looks a little bit different. I never realized.
No, Guts saved me there. Ah. Ow.
Running. Oh no.
Big crispy there, Solo.
I got hit for movement. I actually wanted to be over here.
Ooh, wait, chicken tenders?
Chicken tenders.
We got that.
Moon on the face claimed.
Oh my god, getting mega poop.
Nope.
No. Looks like it.
Exchange. Over where I'm at, Salo, on the right.
Yeah, I'm running.
Supposed to blast these crystals with the little element pod.
That's what I was trying to do.
Construct active? What do you mean?
Nice.
Go chicken. Whoa.
Thank you, guard up.
We love Garda.
I love guard up.
I love
Where?
Garda. Garda is great.
Legs, I can't say. What do you want from me? Hey, super angry.
Heck yeah.
Oh. Still
I'm
crazy
eating meat.
with that.
I'm eating meat. I ate meat.
Crush the tail.
Nice.
Being 4 shells on the screen, Tura, is very close.
I know, right? I love having force there.
Uh-oh,
Four
behind him,
shells.
behind him.
I love having 4 shells.
Are we at least halfway done yet?
Maybe.
Oh, boy.
Oh my
Ouch.
god.
Many fire.
Oh, nice block, Darix.
Ah. 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 Let me alone.
There's a wound on the right. None?
Whoa. Thank you. I'll be fine.
I'm so not doing any damage. I'm so behind. I'm just a support hunter.
I'm playing touch shell. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like I'm taking any damage at all.
Put it to you this way, I'm behind by like 6,000. I haven't done anything.
I'm wondering how I'm doing, honestly.
James, you're at 29. Narix is at 37 and a half. Tora at 28.
Oh, I got something.
I'm just now cresting 23.
Kind of surprised I did kind of much than I thought.
Gunlan's true damage, very strong.
Yeah. But then 4 shells is so cursed.
Yeah, for sure, it's very close. I'm gonna say.
I already had magazine.
Yeah, he can do double now.
illegal.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Early on that.
I want tail. Oh yeah, this lightning. I got saved.
Knockdown?
I got saved by the knockdown.
Apparently. I don't know how you knock down Zoshia in this phase apart from the raw.
Hit him, I guess.
Overload him with elements from the will, maybe. Would be the first time for me.
Double!
Triple? Is it a fabled triple?
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh god. Blast!
Yo.
Ow! Leave me be!
I'm just gonna shop him. Don't mind me.
Dude, sharpening sounds good now.
Okay, I'm okay.
I feel so peaceful this one. I feel I'm not being aimed at all. I mean, I'm just so happily me with the tail.
Meanwhile, Salo on the other side screaming for his life.
I wanna live!
Oh my god.
Okay, I see where it is quite hilarious just to see a double flame and you're just sitting there like, yeah, this is fine.
Right?
This is fine.
There's a tail.
Nice. I think I can even do this actually. Okay, maybe not. Alright, okay.
I like Galans here. You can hide behind the shield and just
There's a wound on his tail.
Break one of these, please.
Oh yes?
Aye.
Oh god.
What is this?
No.
No.
Oh boy, he did sharpen.
Yippee! Chaotic cat nuclear, welcome on in! Thank you for the follow!
Yippee.
Wound on his back leg, fine! No. Ha! Nerd! He's got a wound on his face. I think.
Sharpening. Whoa. No. Sharpening. And I saw the lightning. It's like, oh shit.
You got Crimson Fatalist? Sorry, no, White Fatalist.
Yeah, fight Fatalis.
White Fatalist.
I
shit,
am
hard to
crispy.
fight Fatalis. Now I think I can just go in raw.
Okay, and the Nova, please go behind him.
Behind or shoot the things in front.
Oh, I
Check
missed
the
the
front.
Nova?
Oh my lord!
No, I missed the Nova. This game sucks.
Nova Flame! You know why mermaids wear seashells? Because they're big for bee shells. Oh, they're too big for bee shells. I get it.
Wee.
Hello, sir.
Let me introduce myself because oh, you know how to. That is a nice way to introduce oneself. Ah! Ah! You farted on me!
That was like 10k right there. Jesus.
Oh, we did 4k. We did 4k damage to him by breaking one of the wing arms.
Should be almost dead, I think.
Yep, skull.
Hopefully.
We've seen like 200,000 under all our things combined. Okay. Alright.
Cool.
Spooky! Spooky.
Yippee, easy.
Pretty sure these are just normal solo noises. I swear to God. I
Right?
swear to God. I'm being called out.
It's so funny
Ah.
listening to Salo running around while I'm just like behind.
Are you behind the shield? Just like
no,
just
no, no,
like la 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 la.
like I'm not even being aimed at
murdered.
half the time, and I'm just so chill.
I'm not even doing the most damage. Why is it me?
I don't know.
I feel almost disappointed in myself that I wasn't doing like the most damage there, because it's like, I don't know.
To be fair, Nerix was on it like the entire time.
I just feel like Gunlance is super
Bro,
duper
but-
strong.
Even so.
Yeah, Gunnets also did get a buff, I think.
Ooh, really?
But are you like max build or no?
I don't know what that is.
Yep. Mine's near perfect, I think. If you can inspect it, you will see.
I have 4 shells. I have 4 shells. I have 4 shells on my Gunlance. I think it's the best thing ever.
Yellow orange.
Actually, cursed.
Yeah, 71 DPS versus the 61 DPS. That's really the major difference there.
I'm getting completely squat for talismans. Ugh.
I ran out of inventory slots for talismans. Like
That's a thing?
last week. Yeah, that's a thing.
Look at these people with their fancy thingies.
I could
But
be.
Handicraft 3 Burst 1, and that's the best one I have for DPS.
I want to smooch the Sacred. I know, right? Me too, Breen.
Hmm.
I want the Sacred to smooch me as well.
Let me see if I can find that one longsword person and see if their build makes any sense to you.
Longsword? I haven't busted out my
longsword?
longsword in a long time.
Oh, for James.
Eh.
I know. No. How do I member list? I guess.
Should be the one to the
Sloppy
left.
members.
Past Hunters.
Past interaction.
Gravios.
It was like a. Ah, here you are.
Great sword.
Yeah. Okay. So this was their build. Udra, Dahad, Gogmazius, Gore. With oh my god.
And I'm guessing they're.
It's,
Okay, I'm not.
Is the
rifling.
weapon? Is the weapon? Is the weapon? Gore? No. Yeah. Is it Gore Soul? It's Gore Soul, right?
I'm trying to find. Oh, here we go. Lord Soul and Omega Resonance on one, and then Gog, Apocalypse, and Guardian Pulse. I don't think that part even mattered to them.
Oh. Okay.
Because when they went in, they were just. Oh yeah, they got the 4 attack with the 2 EX boost. Yeah, this is what they were using, because they were getting paralysis and they were doing all that stuff.
I have 2 attack EX, 1 attack 2, and 2 sharpness EX.
It makes a
What
lot of
EX
difference.
is-
What fight is this on?
Huh? I think this was when we were fighting Jin Dahad. And out of Jin Dahad, there were like me, that person, which was our random, and then like it was me, Dragon Mom, and I think. Or
Speaking of which, is an
I don't
8-star
remember.
Jin that's giving me a stink eye. In
Oh,
other
yeah,
words, I want to call it.
Yeah, basically their damage by themselves was more than us 3 combined. It was very paramount at the very beginning. I was like, how the hell are you already at 100 DPS? And then by the end of it, they were at 171. I was like, holy shit!
What? That?
They were not doing any sheathing, nothing. They were just swinging like a madman.
That doesn't sound right. Not with a paralysis.
I think I
weapon,
know
no.
what they're doing. It's
I
weird
don't know
though.
longsword moves.
So what Longsword wants to do is get to Spirit Gauge level 3, the Crimson Gauge. To do so, they have to either do the Spirit Round / combo which is a 5-step combo that uses the spirit gauge.
I don't remember them spinning.
Yeah, that would be the round
I think it's less of that and more that the build doesn't make sense in terms of that number.
Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, like this is what they have in terms of like all their skills. Doesn't look any different.
Phoenix?
Yeah, he has Coalescence 3. It doesn't make sense in terms of like getting that number at all.
Yeah, he was just going
Virus.
nutty. I'm like, I've never seen
Critical and
anybody's
attack
damage be that
boost.
high.
What was he on heroics by chance?
Heroics? I don't remember
Like,
them ever
was his
getting
health at like
hit,
1
but-
for like the entire run?
No.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. How
Yeah,
he's
that
doing
doesn't
that
make
much
sense.
damage.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to hit that value running a paralysis weapon this way. It would be very suspicious. Yeah.
It's very suspicious. I was like, how the fuck is it that high? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I could imagine it being like, oh, you know, out DPSing at least, you know, 1.5 people, you know, because like he was just on it like the entire time and he was just dodging things without ever really getting hit. So yeah, like being on it the entire time, I could understand that, but it was just like,
I'm gonna strangle an 8-star Jindahad. Solo, can you keep track of my DPS?
sure.
I
It
want
is gonna
free
have inflated
reward.
health, but I can keep track of the entire thing.
Gotcha.
I'll join.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
I
get
can-
dinner.
Oh yeah, it's dinner time. Okay, have good
Yeah,
dinner.
I can keep
Alex.
track of anybody, like at any point.
Have fun, guys. Bye 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 bye.
Thank you,
Narek.
Alex.
Tendy Salo. I mean, hello there. Hi, General.
Chicken
I
tenders.
swear to God, that's all it is ever gonna be. Is just chicken tendies for General.
I want chicken tenders.
Chicken tenders.
Chicken tender.
Do you want me to like actually be in the fight as well, or?
Sure.
All right.
I just want to know, like, how do my numbers compare to that? If I wasn't flubbing everything.
Well, I mean, at the start of it, you're already at 33. Hitting up into 40 now, which is pretty standard for a lot of what I normally see.
Oh, for fuck's
You're at 47 now.
Hi, I'm up here.
Do we fight the thing together, or do we just watch Jameson do it?
I can fight. I'll see why not.
I got the big
I
sword.
think after this, I definitely need to get some sleep. It is 6:34 a.m.
Oh, yeah, sleep sounds good.
Okay, you've crested into 53. 56. Yeah, because like at this point, when we were fighting, I think he was up to 70, like 70, nearing 80. Owie.
Tail.
Here come the snakes. They're here.
Tail's inside the walls.
No.
It's cheating.
Ow.
It hurts by a cool sword.
Okay, you're back up to 65.
Can you pick a target and stand still, Mr. Jin?
It's just spinning around. Well, I can admit to you, I'm just hitting your tail.
You broke the tail.
broke apart.
That's why.
Oh fuck. No, don't look at me. No, don't look at me. I'm just a great sword player. Actually, you can do. Oh!
Ugh. Wound on the back right leg.
I can offset that one.
Ow.
Well, as far as being in like the higher 60s, like you're keeping pretty consistent with it.
I actually don't know what the numbers mean. Like 60, 50.
Oh, for DPS?
Is it like
Just DPS.
general damage or?
Yeah, general damage throughout the hunt.
Oh, it's
Or,
throughout the entire. Oh.
Yeah, it's like general damage throughout the entire hunt for whatever the subjugation target is, or targets if there's multiple.
Now I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to get the damage meter as well.
Right now, Tilra, you're at 24.
To be fair,
I'm
you
at
had enmity,
33.
so you probably had to run around a bunch to avoid this thing smashing you.
Oh, this has been throughout like the entirety of the hunt. So if you're not doing any damage, even when it's running away, your number just slowly drops.
Oh.
It's like a very minute amount.
Stare at me. Fucker.
Alright.
So yeah, right now you were at 77 and dropping.
Blood cleanser, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Putting it down.
Ow.
Gooch!
Deep tail. Oh yeah, TCS.
Nice.
Nova.
Well,
Here's one.
Thank you, Tira.
sharpen time. Yeah, the only time I ever had like a DPS even close to yours, James, is when I was fighting Omega, but that was because he was never looking at me, so I just get to literally sit there and just do combo after combo after combo on his little back leg.
Uh-huh. I just feel like almost disappointed in myself because it's like the longsword is known for being one of the highest DPS weapons out there.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm just clubbing it if I'm not achieving that.
Longsword is not easy to play by all means.
I mean, is your build fully done?
Not completely, but it's only a few minor optimizations here and there, really. It's mostly done at this point.
Yeah. I mean, as far as for like, for what I normally see from like other like longswords, they're usually capping at around 65 on a normal hunt. So really at that point, it's just like, you know, the you know, granted, this is at like multiplayer. I can't track them when they're by themselves. Unless I just like literally just decide to be a dingbat in the middle of a multiplayer against randoms, and just like not fight. Like your build is already pretty up there. Oh god, what is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing?
I don't know.
Oh,
now
that's
I
what he's
know.
doing. Oh god!
Now I know. I spear.
What do you mean? I got the parries out.
Counter Strike. I forgot I have that gem on. I'm on it.
Give me your heart.
Toppling.
Wounding his front paw.
Ooh.
Oh, and it's back.
Toppling slightly should be.
Yep.
I'm just cutting.
Topple again.
Oh, I finally broke under 45. Ugh.
Everything's fine.
Ugh. Oh no! I'm okay.
You blocked it.
Give me that chest.
Hey.
Alright, so you ended at 78.1 per DPS, which I think is your cap. From what I saw, you have 53,000 out of that fight. Next was me at 31,000 with 46 DPS.
Oh.
And then Tilra at 37.1 at 23.
I'm a great sword player.
Looking for openings.
I love how my TCS does 500.
Oh. Is it really?
It's like
That's
baby
so long for so little.
I know. But Dragon Element though.
Oh my gosh.
I just need my Dragon Element and my toothpick.
Yeah, your damage is still pretty up there. Especially once you have like your full howdy, hello. Once you have like your full like spirit and everything, like your raw jumps up to 305. It's insane. Which basically makes it so that way it almost like no matter where you hit, you're gonna hurt.
Longsword is hard to play. Like I'm a longsword main, and I was like, I want to take a break from longsword for a long time because it's like longsword requires way too much like focus and shit. Whereas the other weapons I can just be like, and run around.
That's why I play Sword and Shield, baby. No focus, no focus.
That's why I play all the other weapons. I can just fuck around because with longsword, you're really gonna know monsters every single move and not mess up. One mess up can break the momentum, and once the momentum is gone, it's very painful to get it back.
Gone.
Yeah.
Still gone.
Yeah.
Like a shit ton of hours on World playing longsword is how I get there. It's like, oh nah.
Yeah,
I had
like,
enough
like
of
fighting
longsword.
Mitine. The All Harkin would like to offer a meal at Suja. Oh my god, free food!
Where's mine?
All Harkin's giving it to me.
They never give me food. What is this?
Woo! Yeah!
let me
Shakes
make-
the cafeteria table. No! My food!
Let. Oh, that's.
This looks so
that up
beautiful.
for you, Tira.
Hmm?
Where's the
There you
All
go.
Harkin? Where are you? All Harkin! Where
It's
are
okay.
you?
Jameson is my all Harkin. This one is all Harkin, right? The colorful Suja is Suja.
I gave you pick a meal voucher as well, so it's like
Yeah.
pick whatever.
Ooh, yellow.
Oh. That's Seon, right? The wolf? Thank you for the follow.
Woman! Give me my food!
Oh, no vegetable looks good. Oh yeah, look at all this meat.
I accept your
fruit.
generous offer.
Fruit is fine. Fruit is fine. That shield
Yeah.
meal is just sacrilegious.
I have chopsticks.
I'll probably call it a day. It's like almost 7 p.m. here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost 7 a.m. here.
Yeah,
Oh my
you
God.
should.
Green, red.
You should sleep,
green,
Salo.
red. Fuck! Purple. You're getting hungry now? Okay, we're going to get some food now. Food. It's so beautiful, so beautiful. I wish I could taste it instead of just saying it's edible. Ugh. Guys, it's almost 7 o'clock in the morning here. Do I just go to Waffle House and say screw it? Or do I like go to sleep and then order food whenever I wake up? I don't really know.
I feel like sleep is good.
Almost midnight.
Probably sleep then order, I guess.
Breakfast. Sorry. Need more food in our life? Why not both?
Wait.
God, is my throat ready for this? I don't know if my throat's ready for this, guys. I'm sorry.
Ooh, Misu's greatsword looks so good. Oh my god.
Ordering and eat in bed? You mean on my floor? No! I'm not gonna eat off my floor. What the heck is wrong with you? Eat the bed?
Eat the what now?
Yeah, if you're hungry and you want to eat in bed, why not just eat the bed?
That's actually
Eat the
valid.
fucking bed!
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's how that works.
I mean,
I'm not eating my floor!
depends on what material it is.
Do you know how much feet has been on that thing? No.
Oh shit.
It's all of mine. Whoever else walks into my house.
I have the coolest greatsword. Oh my god.
What the heck is wrong with all of you? Why do you keep insisting that I do the most heinous things ever? Do you have no shame? Is that really what you want me to do? You know what? How about I just eat you instead? How does that feel? How do you like that, huh? Oh, hi, Metal. Welcome on in. You need to play something with both kobolds here? Maybe. Maybe. How you doing? Guys, please help me. I mean, you aren't crime-shaped. You know what? I might be crime-shaped, but you're cream-shaped. How dare you? Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine having a need. He's laughing. What are we doing? All right, guys. So, real talk. Are we still hunting or?
I'm probably gonna call it a day here.
Because I hit my 12-hour mark. I'm pretty satisfied with how everything went today.
Oh my god, 12 hours.
Well, it's almost 13. Yeah, it's just a short stream. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
It's a short one.
It's a short one. Yeah, it's not even enough to even be like, oh my gosh, I worked a full day of work. I would still be at work at this rate.
My stream time times 2 is not even your stream time.
To be fair, I honestly don't even remember what I was doing. So 24-hour stream, let's go. You know what? Do you guys even deserve a 24-hour stream? Do you really? I don't think you guys deserve a 20-hour stream. Let alone 24. You're crazy. You guys are gonna have to do something extra special for me in order for me to ever do a 24-hour stream. You eat moss, you eat bed. Now you get eat instead? How dare you? Calling me a good boy. How dare you? And that's it. I'm going to rearrange your insides by simply diving into them and then vibrating all over the place. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn your stomach into your brain, and you can only think of food. How do you like that?
It's TOS friendly, right?
Save.
In Minecraft?
Yeah. Sure. Minecraft.
Yeah.
The one thing I can't do. Yeah. You're at the chat. I thought crazy was a prerequisite. Wow, that's crazy. You can only do a 24 if it was with someone to help you keep awake, and a lot of coffee. I mean, I could just do a 24 if I really, really wanted to, but I don't feel like it. I don't feel like anybody's ever deserved a 24-hour Cobalt stream. I think you guys would go mentally insane. Oh, you dare me? Well, sucks to be you. Because it's going to happen one way or another. Just gonna get in there. Just gonna literally just.
Why would it explode there?
I put it. You guys are ready.
Oh. I thought I didn't get 500. I got 500 just right.
Insane. Ooh, nice. Are you bowling again? Is that what you're doing?
I'm out of vouchers.
Nice. Oh.
This game sucks. I don't have enough voucher.
Well, I definitely know for me, I'm gonna be hunting this 6-star Gorbagala because I just need a gosh dang gem. Please, I need shoes. That's all I wanted in life. I just wanted some gosh dang shoes. I can beg, I can plead, I can do all these sorts of things, but god damn it. By the end of the day, please give me my god dang shoes. I just need my shoes.
Do you guys always stream Mega Demon Drug or just Demon Drug?
It's supposed to be Mega.
Mega.
Why are you guys
Always
so
go
rich?
Mega. We're not rich.
I've been drinking just not Mega, like.
Well, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I only get Mega Demon Drugs from, like, the bowling thing or whatever. I'd never make them myself.
I mean, I have 30 Mega Demon Drug because I never really drink it.
Exactly.
Because I only have 30. I mean, I could make more, but nourishing extract is so hard to get. Or I'm lazy to get, more like.
Yeah, I feel it. Come here, boy. You're just a 6-star. I think you can use that as slinger ammo. A bug? Let me just yeet an entire bug at a monster, sure.
Sounds like a good time.
Now you scream for real. I'll get the utensils ready. Oh my gosh. Who needs utensils for eating people? That's crazy.
Alright, let's see if I can.
Just grab them.
Definitely.
Use your
I'm
hands
gonna
like
jump
animal.
in. Let's see how I do against Gore. If this is gonna be a scream fest or if I'm actually.
Oh, your number is going to be slightly diluted because you're joining late. But it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Because it is still the early parts of it.
Good luck with hunts. I'm gonna call it a day.
Okay.
Night, Tilra.
Night, night.
Thank you for the hunts.
Heck yeah. And thanks for helping with the hunts as well. Heck yeah.
This was
Well, I mean,
absolutely a blast, by the way.
I know.
we made so much progress.
I love hearing Salo just running around screaming while getting aimed at.
No! Stop! You'll get addicted.
Oi, you.
Right. I'll
You know, some
leave.
people actually have my scream as one of their alarms.
Hey, I don't. I'm not gonna judge if that helps them wake up. Then, yeah, good.
Who just wants to wake up to me screaming?
I should give it a try, maybe. No, maybe not. Or maybe should I? I don't know.
No.
Ow!
Imagine one day I'll
Really?
just ask, "Hey, Salo, send me one of your screams."
Jesus. Which one? Do you want like blood curling scream, pain scream, squeaky scream? I got so many.
A kobold in general scream. How about that? Just a kobold scream.
I don't even know if any of my screams are considered.
I think that's pretty kobold.
Horny scream! I swear to God, two
Yo.
of you people, take a lap. What the fuck? I got chat saying they want a horny screams.
Why not, right?
They just wanted to hear me just go ah. Perverts.
Okay, then. I'll leave the chat. I'll leave the voice chat for now.
Okay.
Good night, Tilra.
Have fun hunting.
We're gonna infest it with so many other kobolds once you're gone.
It's all good. I like kobolds.
I thought you liked dragons. What the heck?
I like both. I like both. I'm not gonna discriminate. Yeah. Alright, bye bye. Have fun.
Give me your ribs.
just give me your ribs. Well, that was fun. It's also like very dark here. I would open up the lights, but I don't know if I want to open up the lights. Ooh, wait, let me open up some music real quick. Lately, I've been obsessed. Well, not obsessed, but I've been kind of like I want to listen to listen pula. Like I don't know if there's any videos out there that's like that. Let me open up this music. Why is the browser so slow? There we go. No, it's still slow. There we go. This is to relax after the hunt. Hey, thank you, Jameson. I don't know if Salo is ending, even though Salo has been streaming for so long. I don't know if I want to rate Salo to feel the stream time. I feel like that would be a bad idea. I don't think I want to do that actually. Oh, it's ARG. It's alternate reality game. Like I've been kind of like, it's like obsessed, but it's more like I've been kind of like interested in watching those like ARG, like Bend Round, and then like the card one that's also pretty spooky, and then the Drown? No. What was it again? I don't remember that one that I watched from Night Mine as well. And then there's a new one called Dendron 64. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna watch it later. I don't think raiding. I mean, as much as I want to raid Salo, to be honest, but I just genuinely don't want to feel Salo, no, like the need to stream for longer. Even though, like, yeah, Salo is doing a hunt right now, but I kinda want to raid Salo, to be honest. But still, if I raid quickly, that's gonna be slightly better, right? Right? I'm gonna read Salo, but I would feel bad. I feel like I'm probably gonna feel bad. Oh no! Oh no! I don't know. I don't know. Thinking. Oh, they killed that gore. I'll see if Salo is still hunting more. If he does, then I'll raid him. But if he does not, then I'll just not raid him, I guess. Probably, maybe. But for now though, let me just plot my things real quick. I have coffee. I don't know how to type. It's too dark, I cannot see. Okay. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. And I have a Discord channel as well. I announced my stream stuff over there. Like stream delays, no streams, secret streams, something like that. It's all going to be in Discord. So yeah. Ooh, they're hunting again. Okay, so let me rate them then. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, here's the rate me message. And let me type in the rate to Salo. I'm just gonna quickly rate them. So that Salo is not like I'm not like forcing Salo to kind of stream like longer or something. Okay, I typed in the rate. That was fun. I should do this more. It's kind of fun hunting with just like friends. So tomorrow I'll do some short thing and then play games with Bracky, and I'll play games with Bracky and Zeus together. We're gonna play RV Day at the snow map. So that's decided, right? So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys all have been loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves you all, right? And here comes the raid to Salo. Yeah. A kobold raiding to another kobold? Sounds about right. Kobolds are nice. Dragons are nicer, but kobolds are nice. I don't know why I'm suddenly feeling very eepy though. That doesn't make sense. It's only 7 PM. It's only 7 PM though. I'll just press the rate now button. I'm probably gonna go get myself some food real quick and then just get food, rest a little bit. Pretty much it. So, yeah. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care.